Well, hello there. Good evening and good day to everyone. Today, we're going to have a little bit more of a comfortable, chill stream. We're going to do some chatting and some hanging back and some salvaging in the background. Basically, the gameplay will just be our warm campfire burning in the background while we're just chilling out a little bit. Since it was very cold. It's still very cold and I had to walk around and that was not nice. So today I need to somewhat recover, so to say. So we're going to take it slow, enjoy the cries of our enemies as we salvage their ships while they're still sitting alive inside. And we're going to have a great old time. Maybe even today with some chill lo-fi music. How about that? We'll see if it comes up. Now I'm gonna leave the hangar with the normal music, I guess. And we'll be able to just change it up as we see fit. So let's get into that demo. Spaceport background noise ASMR for you guys. Enjoy. Oh yeah, in game. And I'm going to say hello to Johnny Cat, Reichtangle, and Johnny number 2 as well. A whole Johnny Legion is here. How nice. So, hopefully I won't have to re-rent this ship I'm going to use today. It will still be up for rental. I'm just gonna have to see whether it's still there. Oh yeah, it is. Very nice. Because I'm pretty sure I started renting it like 2 days ago or something, and you keep them for 2 days. But this most recent rental period is like 4 days or something. So I'm gonna have to make sure to hold on to it as long as I can. Because it is actually a very chill and satisfying and useful ship. Generate value while being chill and relatively safe. I've had an encounter with a very legitimate businessman so far, but I was able to just quantum jump right under his nose. Would have liked to see what that looked like. Just someone opening up their quantum drive and boosting away right next to you. I was like literally 10 meters away from him because he kept flying in my face, probably in an attempt to make me, I don't know, stop. But then I was just gone. So.
You are clear to launch.
Let's open up all the stuff. And let's get our mission, because that's like the best part about this. Usually, like as a salvage ship, as this is the Drake Vulture, usually you go and you buy a salvage claim, like you can see in the bottom right. This costs 1,000, this 5,000, 20,000, and the more you pay, the bigger like the amount of salvages you can claim from that ship that they're going to sell to you. But we're going to do it differently, since doing that stuff is boring. We're going to actually do some fighting, and then we're going to eat the corpses of our enemies, as a vulture should. I mean, maybe they're going to, I don't know, introduce a ship that is actually half salvage and half fighting or something, and then they're gonna call it an eagle or something. Because, I mean, usually you would expect a vulture to be a carrion bird, but even though this is a vastly underpowered ship in like relation to normal fighters or something, we're going to still go ahead and get these missions that pit us against illegal miners we're going to slay them, and then we're going to eat them.
Thank you.
Meaning,
Please visit again.
we're going to be able to fill up our cargo bay completely without even having to pay for it. I mean, the best way to get carrion is to make it yourself, right? Makes perfect sense to me, I gotta say. So that's what we're gonna do. Enjoy the industrial ship ASMR background noises. You can see me sitting there. I just need a nice little cap and some canned beer, and then we've got the perfect style. Oh, we should maybe detract the landing gear. Here we go. So the special thing about these jobs is, and why they're so easy to do, even if you have like a very underpowered ship like this, and most of its capability is like already like taken up by its industrial capability instead of its fighting capability, is that the stuff that you're going to kill is just some mining ships, which are also very underpowered, and also they're NPCs, so they're stupid. And the other thing you're going to kill there is actually static sentries, which can't even move. And I tried, and you can actually just outrange them, and they're not going to be able to do anything about it. So, even though we only have 2 size 1 weapons, it's gonna be enough. And since the amount of salvage we can get from there is enough to fill up our cargo bay and even exceed our official maximum of cargo that we can carry, which it's a little bit cheeky, but it works. I'm just saying, why would I pay for salvage contracts if I can just make my own salvage, and I'm even getting paid for it, instead of having to pay for it? I see that as an absolute win. And it also breaks up the monotony a little bit. And I don't know, and just makes it so much better, so much more satisfying if you claim victory over your enemy and then you feast on their carcass. Doesn't that make it even better than just asking for someone, hey, are you gonna eat that? No, that's not how we roll. We go there, claim their lives, and then we claim their flesh. And it's gonna be super tasty. And we're going to fill up our belly to the brim. There will be no space left at all. And the only thing that can go wrong, realistically, is, I don't know, some pirates showing up or something, to be honest. Like the what's it called? Recycled material, recycled composite material. Stuff that you actually make with your salvage, like the resource, is more valuable per unit than gold. So all of these like precious metals and rare stuff that we're going to salvage from the outsides of the enemy ships and so on are so precious and so valuable that it is even better than gold. Come on, let me get the root. Thank you. Also, it's gonna be really difficult for, like, normal pirates to just show up there, because it's kinda a little bit out there. So I highly doubt that anyone who's not stream sniping, that anyone like that would actually find you randomly. So except that one person that I actually screenshotted, but I didn't get their name. But I have a screenshot of my Vulture being faced with a Drake Cutlass. The ship of a legitimate businessman, as we have already established. Alright. You have arrived at the mining claim that has been illegally legally claimed by someone else who didn't pay for it. So we're going to fly here. We're going to find the evil enemies, and we're going to get rid of them. Let me just take a look. Normally I want to get rid of the enemy ships first because they can actually move in and annoy me while I'm still occupied with something else. So I want to get rid of the moving pieces first before I want to get rid of the immovable sentries. Right, and now we're going to attack a mining ship with our small, very bad, only 2 level 1 weapons.
Shooting at me make you feel big?
Oh yeah, it makes me feel super big. Thanks for asking. Yeah, this guy's ship isn't even displayed properly. He might have a few problems, but it's fine. We're still going to eat it, even if it isn't properly displayed.
Kill my friend, I kill you.
Oh no. Wait a moment. I want to actually divert some power to my shields and weapons. Since it's just my enemies are just NPCs, I'm not going to use my thrusters that much, or at least the afterburner. Yeah. We found our friend.
Not lucky.
Seems to be a trend that they're not loading the ships properly. But that didn't stop me ever from eating them. Just some small, defenseless little ships, mining ships.
It's gonna take a hell of a lot more than that to put me down.
Target is destroyed.
That was unfortunate timing, my dude. So, we have found our tasty first meal. Now we're going to phase 2 of our operations, which is getting properly close and starting our salvage lasers, or whatever these beams are called. As you can see, the enemy ship isn't really properly displayed, so maybe I'll show you how the salvaging actually works on another target. But we're going to take away all of that tasty outer shell of that ship. Now, I would love to put on some jazz music right now, just for some, I don't know, chill atmosphere. But unfortunately, I don't really know any jazz music that is not copyrighted or so. So I don't know, maybe for another stream. But I do have my non-copyright lo-fi playlist, so we could start with that. How about that? Let's start a little bit of chill lo-fi music, and then we're going to continue with the background campfire kinda sounds. Here we go. How the salvage works is you go into the hull of a ship and then you strip it of its outer shell. Like apparently the most important stuff is on the outside, and you're just going to go there and oh my god, apparently we already made so much salvage that I already have to go and do some reshuffling of our cargo, which is a specialty of this ship actually. We go back here into the cargo bay, and here we click eject, And all the nice little salvage that we put together is turned into a nice little box. They are 3D printing a box out of the salvage, and then the rest of the salvage gets put into the box. So it's just a perfect loop, basically. You salvage, you make box, you fill box, and then you store the box once again. It is quite satisfying. Like, it is very simple, very chill, and just, I don't know, just feels good. Oh, contact. Oh yeah, that's probably because I, what's it called? Because I had these other guys already also disabled and in my range, but since I didn't kill them, technically I only soft killed the ships so they can't move anymore. That's why they are still displayed as targets, because they're still a legitimate target, so to say. They just can't move. And that's why it's even more funny that we're eating the ships up. Let me get just a little bit closer. I think I can see the pilot. Oh yeah, he doesn't seem so well. But it's fine. Like on the circles to the right and left of my, what's it called? The aiming thing in the middle. You can see how efficient we are. So if we found out that there's like, I don't know, 1 or 0% left to salvage in this particular ship, then we're going to just go to a different part of it and eat there until we can find this gun. Gonna be very tasty. Yeah, you can see what it looks normally. Like, normally the shell becomes a little bit like the shell gets red, white, hot, and there you can see how it's slowly peeled off. I love the look of that. Which is how it normally looks if they would display the ship correctly. This time it only works on there. I think this is actually a not a jet. A thruster, that's right, it is a thruster. So, this part of the thruster has been stripped clean of tasty meat, metal. So we're going to do the same for the other one. Alright, since I'm now fully in the zone, maybe I could start with talking about stuff. Recently, people asked me if I could just do a just chatting stream, Zatsudan, I think Danny Cat called it. And I was like, oh, what do I have to talk about? I usually like to play games. Now I'd be like, you know what? This might be kind of a good combination, because there's not much to really pay attention to, except if you're fighting. And it's still fun, and it feels satisfying. And you can just, I don't know, have that in the background while you're talking. So that seemed like a very good idea in my mind, to combine the two things. So recently, I think some topics people talked about were alcohol, cigarettes, and motorbikes. What should I start with? Something I like or something I dislike? How about I start with how I dislike cigarettes so much? Like that was always the case, even from my earliest days as a child. And luckily, my parents never smoked, or at least not while I was with them. So I can only attest for the time that I've been together with them, not before that. But never touched anything. while I was with them. And I'm pretty sure at least my mom never smoked in their entire life as well. And I'm quite grateful for that, because it's just very uncomfortable, kind of. Like, I try not to be kind of an annoying person about it. Like, it's not like I walk up to people and tell them, "Excuse me, could you please stop that?" I don't do stuff like that. But I will move away, though. I will silently move myself away from someone who is smoking, because I find it very uncomfortable to smell. I mean, also, like, passive smoking is also unhealthy, so, I mean, it's not just the dislike for it, but also the logic behind it. That is, lets me say, yeah, I don't know, it's just not nice. Doesn't feel nice, doesn't smell nice, and is also logically not nice. I just feel very, I don't know, discomforted by the smell. Always makes me, I don't know, if I walk past someone who is smoking, I'm always holding my breath so I don't have to pull in the air while the smoke is there to annoy me. And we've got enough salvage to once again go back to our cargo bay and reshuffle it a little bit, so we have more space once again. Cigarettes are cool. I don't know, I feel like I'm definitely like a generation of people that kind of never were very impressed with smoking at all. Like, when I got to my, like, I mean, it's not the same system as in America, but you could call it a high school. So when I got to my high school, I actually heard that there were lots of smokers there, so I had kind of a reputation for lots of people smoking there. But when I got there, like, all the kids were kind of just like me in that they said, why would I smoke? That's stupid and uncomfortable. So I felt very good with my company there in regards to that, since they had the same mindset to it that I did. And I was very happy about that as well, since I was kind of a little bit afraid that maybe if it was such a thing on that school, that people would try to peer pressure me into it. And even though I'm pretty sure I still wouldn't have done it, it would have still been really uncomfortable for people to, I don't know, bully you because you're not doing something that the group does or something. So I'm happy it turned out the way it did. And yeah, nowadays I'm just like, I just try to get out of the way if I find someone actually smoking in my vicinity or something. So the most annoying it is to me when I'm going to, like, a beer garden or something with my family, and then we sit down and very often, like, there isn't that much space, because normally we go to a beer garden when it's like nice weather, right? And so that means lots of people are going to have the same idea. So, and then we sit down, we found a nice little place, and then someone in the vicinity starts smoking, and then I get this kind of kinda annoyed feeling and make this face and hope that they stop very soon. Don't Europeans smoke more than the US? I think so, statistically speaking, yeah. But, like, in my vicinity I don't really knew many smokers. Only, like, in my other class. You went to gymnasium? Yes, I did. I actually switched from one gymnasium to the other because I wasn't doing so well. But on the second gymnasium I was on, it felt better for me. So that was nice. Even though it also wasn't perfect. But what in life is ever perfect? Except Kitsune and Tails, obviously. Soft and fluffy. Perfect indeed. Like the very, I don't know, limited other experience I have with, I don't know, with cigarettes and smoking stuff is just from physical education. Like, I was always the guys who were smoking were so much worse in stamina. It was really noticeable. Like, yet a few guys who were like in a sports club, most of the time football, soccer, and they were obviously really good in stamina stuff. Meanwhile, it was the complete opposite for the guys who did nothing and just smoked. Generally speaking. No, actually I don't want to say generally speaking who it was, even though it's true. I'm just gonna say, smokers versus non-smokers, you could definitely tell the difference. But also, I feel like there was a little bit of a mindset difference also that was not, like, if we're talking about physical exercise, now, not even like mentioning smoking, just in general, physical exercise, we sometimes have those days where we go with your entire class and have like a little journey. You just go to a park or something, or to a special something else, and it's you go climb a mountain together, like nothing like very dangerous or something, just a little trip together, like a class trip. And in those situations, I was always very annoyed as a kid. Like, nowadays, I'm just a little bit more, how should I say? I'm a little bit more toned down in my opinions. Like, I'm not as overtly annoyed anymore when people don't act the way I would see it fit. Let's call it that way. In terms of motivation for physical exercise. Because back then, as a kid, I was always very annoyed when people like were always being super slow on these class trips. I was like, oh man, we're in nature and we're walking up a mountain and that's awesome and that's cool. And then there were like the people, smokers among them, because they had no stamina. They were like involuntarily lazy, basically. And the others who were lazy was just walking so incredibly slowly, and it was kind of really annoying for me to always have to keep waiting for them. So usually the class went on to trips with more than one teacher at the same time. So very often, actually, we split into two groups. So one teacher would go with the people who would want to go a little bit faster, or in my opinion, walk normally. And then the other people who were lazy little shits or smokers, they could hang back a little bit and walk at their own pace. And every now and then, the first group would sit down and wait at some like a resting place or something for the others to come, so that we could group up again, and then we would do the same again. So it was always kind of like very fast, waiting for the other slower ones to arrive, and then do it again. That's how it mostly happened. But I was very annoyed with those guys as a kid. Didn't have much understanding for that kind of mindset. And it wasn't like I was just wanting to run around and everyone who wouldn't run would be boring or something. I was just walking at a steady pace and like, I don't know, I was still appreciating like the landscape and stuff. I just thought all the others who are walking so slowly were just, I don't know, super annoying. It's like when you're driving on the road with a mechanized vehicle, like not a bicycle or something, but a vehicle with an engine, so to say, and someone is driving super slowly. That annoys you too, right? Like, even if you don't have to be like somewhere super fast, or you don't have to, like, you're not pressed for time, even then it annoys you if someone just takes 10 trillion years and they're like, I don't know, driving 10 units or something below what is the speed limit, right? I mean, usually you'd be annoyed by that, I imagine. At least that's what like that for me. Like, especially I would say probably in Germany it's probably especially like that, because everyone is like used to having to go and get their like vehicle tested every 2 years. So you get your certification that your vehicle is like good to go and it is safe to use. So there isn't really the fact that, I don't know, someone might drive very slowly because, I don't know, their car might explode if they don't do that or something. Something like that wouldn't fly for us anyways. So it is really just, I don't know, mindset or something that makes you drive that slowly on the roads, and everyone gets really annoyed. I would even say, if you would drive very slowly, you would be at a higher chance for the police to take notice and like ask you how it's going and check you out, than if you would drive a little bit faster than the speed limit. Like, that's just normal for everyone in Germany, I feel like. Everyone is like, I don't know, yeah, that's the speed limit, so let's just a little bit faster, right? And it's just completely normal. And on the other hand, if someone would drive very slowly, then it would be like, huh, what's wrong with this guy? This seems a little bit strange. Is this guy, I don't know, is he driving intoxicated or something? Did he drink? And now he's afraid of driving in a normal speed? That's a little bit sussy. Let's check him out. That actually sounds a little bit like jazz. Thank you very much, Lo-Fi playlist. That was exactly what I was going for when I initially said some nice jazz music to hang back with and salvage some stuff would be nice right about now. Man, even if the ship isn't displayed properly and you can't even see properly how you're stripping away in the outer shell, it is still satisfying to do this. But don't worry, we're going to see some sentries that I'm going to destroy, and there you will see it a little bit better. How the outer shell will be stripped away and eaten by my tasty boys, extractors. Heard it here first. The industrial classification of these beams is Tasty Boy Extractor. Tasty Boy Extractor size 1. Oh my god. If, like, when crafting gets implemented in the future, I wonder if we can, like, craft modules and name them by ourselves. It would be so funny if I started, like, lots of Kitsune Empire Crafting and gave the modules silly names like Tasty Boy Extractors. I would love that. I love naming things. Like, I've played lots of games in the past where you can also do some, I don't know, do a little bit of silly stuff in game editors, and then you can change around stuff and try out stuff. And I loved coming up with names for stuff. So, making up some silly little names like Tasty Boy Extractor Size 1. I would definitely enjoy that. And I will review my possibilities going into the future. Also, here's a little bit of a thing you shouldn't do at home, kids. As you can see, normally, if I move my cargo, it snaps into place because this area here is actually considered part of the cargo grid. So officially, this is where you're supposed to put your cargo. And over here is not considered a cargo grid because they want you to leave the way open so you can open up the ramp in the back here and walk out. But since we have another way of entering and leaving this ship, I said, you know what? That this might not necessarily be 100% according to regulations, since this cargo is basically loose inside the cargo bay, but it will enable us to store a little bit extra. And who doesn't like a little bit extra, right? I love a little bit extra. And that's why we're going to stuff this stuff together over here. Just a little bit. It's fine. I'm a professional. Don't do this at home, kids. Always stack your cargo according to regulations. Your ship might explode. But you know, when you're having a good session and you're chilling, you want to keep the session going for a little bit longer, right? And why wouldn't you take all the salvage you can with you? Otherwise, it's like leaving some of the food and letting food go bad. That is very sad. We don't want that. In the Kitsune Empire, we appreciate our food, and wasting food is not nice. The Kitsune Empire discourages wasting food. But they also encourage healthy and tasty food. That's right. And also, if you have incapacitated your enemies, you might as well strip the ship of any tasty materials, right? It is only natural. Otherwise, it would just go to waste. Look at that. How the shell is stripped from its carcass. Yay, explosion. Oh no. Mr. Johnny Cat is so starved of violence that the mere, mention of something exploding already excites him. Because I was so evil and haven't shown him any violence in quite some time. We only blew up some enemy ships, some enemy mining ships, which we are currently stripping of materials. But that is obviously not enough violence for Mr. Johnny Cat. I think, how long ago was it? I think 2 or 3 days was the last time I played Cyberpunk, and usually there we get a lot of tasty violence to enjoy by violently inclined cats, if I may say so. Whoops, I think I nudged it a little bit. And it's fine, I can just reposition. Oh no, it's fine, it's fine. On the right over here, the filler station always tells you, oh, I'm currently full, you should go into the cargo bay and get that sorted out. But at the moment it just told me that it was currently like ejecting one of the thingies, so for a moment I was like, what? Is there no space? But it was just ejecting, so it's fine actually. So, topic number 2. Maybe something nice. Motorbikes. That is something nice I can enjoy. Even though I'm not really that knowledgeable. I just like it. If you have some other topics in mind, we can talk about that as well. Just let me know what you'd be interested in. And for now, so I still have my first motorbike, which I got a few years ago, because unfortunately my dad died, and then I got a little measly inheritance from that, and I wasn't really sure what to do with it, since I don't know, I was still living at home with my mom, and I didn't really know what I would use it for, and so I decided, you know, I would be interested in like getting a motorcycle and license for it. So that's what I did. And that is still the only motorcycle I ever had, and I still have, but unfortunately, like I said, I mentioned before, my motorcycle has some trouble at the moment, and I feel too scared to get it to a workshop to see and get it running again, because that might be very expensive, and I'm like, oh my god, what am I even going to do if I bring it to the workshop and then they're gonna say, alright, to get it back up running again, that's gonna cost you this and this much, and then I'm like, I don't have that kind of money, what am I gonna do then? So I'm in that kind of situation with it at the moment. And also, now that it's winter, it's kind of an unfortunate like timing to have it easily checked out, and I wouldn't even drive around with it, but I feel like the longer you let something like that sit, the worse it's gonna get, kind of. Like, it's always not nice to just let a vehicle sit around for a long time. It wants to be used, and then it's gonna work better for a longer time, right? Gotta treat it well, but now it's just sitting around, and I'm too scared to see how much it would cost to get it back running again. Because I already had that situation, like a bit of, oh, how long was that ago, I think? It was a few years ago, where I had a similar situation, where I was like, alright, can we get it checked out? And then that cost so much that I was like, I was like, I don't know, calling my mom, and I was like saying, oh my god, I don't even know what to do with that, because it's so much. And then, like, she's also not someone who has a lot of money, so she was like, oh, that's kind of a unfortunate situation. And then she talked to my grandma, and then she gave me my birthday money early, so I could afford the repairs for my bike. That was very nice. But I don't know, I don't feel like I actually want to have the same situation arise again. I feel like nowadays I have more things that I really have to pay attention for money, and since the public transport in my city is actually really good, I feel like... Congratulations, target destroyed. Nowadays I feel like I'm not sure I can even justify still keeping... Oh, did I miss it? I feel like nowadays I can't even really justify keeping my motorbike really. And it feels kind of very sad. And I'm not sure how to handle it. Since I don't have a lot of money, and as it's going at the moment, it's just more a financial detriment than something I'm actually I'm really using or that I should use, since like I said, public transport is really good in my city, so it feels kind of more like a luxury to keep it around more than something sensible. Like, for example, if you are living on the countryside or something, and please don't kill me. And you really need a vehicle, because otherwise there's no buses, there's nothing in order to get you like somewhere else. That's actually like very important for you to have a vehicle so you can get around, right? So that would be a different situation, but it's not like that for me. I live in a relatively big city when talking about my country, at least in comparison. And like I said, public transport is pretty good, so I'm probably more on my way out on being a motorcyclist rather than actually getting more into it over time, probably, because I just can't really justify it financially. It's just really a big shame, because it's really fun actually. And I just had an oopsie, because I just destroyed one of the sentries, but now I can't find it anymore. So that's a little bit of salvage wasted, which is a shame, but there's still a lot of salvage around. What's that? Is that one of the guys that we actually destroyed, or is that a new NPC? Would be nice if it would be a new ship that we could still salvage. But it looks to be one of the guys who is dead in the water. So while my motorcycle was still online, so to say, still usable, I really enjoyed like driving around. I always felt so much better actually driving on a motorcycle than driving on a normal car. I never had my own car. I only like drove the car of my mom or that of my brother, and not a lot. And I always felt like when driving cars, I felt kind of uncomfortable, like they're too big and I don't like the maneuvering. And I would say I was pretty decent at it, even if I didn't enjoy it. Kind of. This goes with the family, kind of, because I would say both my parents are or were very good drivers, and my brother, I would say, is actually an exceptional driver, in my opinion at least. In this ship I'm mostly already stripped. And I would say I can actually handle like the vehicles well as well, but I always felt very uncomfortable with the cars, like with the motorcycle. I'm like, I feel fast, I feel agile, and I feel like I know how to handle myself, and I always feel like, yeah, I can do this. I feel more safe on my motorcycle than I feel when driving a car, which is of course paradox, because you're just objectively safer inside a car because you got the entire thing to like protect you if you get into a crash or something. But I don't know, the responsiveness and the kind of ability to go faster quickly on top of being able to brake kind of always made me feel so much safer on a motorcycle, because I felt like I'm more capable, I'm more able, I have more options for maneuvering, kind of. And in the same way, I could actually just fully get in the zone, fully enjoy myself when I was on my motorcycle. Like, obviously I'm always driving with a helmet and so on. Never did drive without, but still the feeling of having like the wind go past you. It's just, I'm remembering it right now, and having the feeling of the wind, just, you're meeting the wind, you're driving around, maybe like next to a lake or something, and just, I felt like I was getting high on oxygen, kind of, because the wind just flowing around you, your body, and getting inside the helmet. It just felt like, yes, I'm fully present. I get good air, and I'm so in the moment. That was just a great feeling. I really enjoyed that. Like, sometimes before gas prices took a turn for the worse, I used to like sometimes just drive around a lake that is close to my city where I live. And I was just, I don't know, it took me like 3 hours just to drive around the lake once, but it felt so good. I felt so free and so happy doing that. That's the kind of feeling that I like think about when I remember being on a motorcycle, and at the same time just driving anywhere basically. Even if I used my motorcycle to just get around in the city, to drive to an appointment or something, even if it wasn't just for sport or for fun, it still felt so good. Like, as soon as I'm sitting on my motorcycle, I feel like my mental mode just switches, and I become fully someone just living fully in the moment. And I'm capable, I'm vigilant, and I'm kind of really, it's like it's like I get adrenaline just by merit of sitting down on my motorcycle, and that's how it feels. It's just a great feeling. Also, not finding any new sentries. Strange. Let's get a little bit closer to the search area again. Some new people in chat. Good day, Mr. Wyvern. Motorcycle is fun. Always feel safer on motorcycles as well, largely because field of view and not all the vehicle blocking half my vision. Yes, I feel the same way. And also, obviously, I mean, depends on, I don't know, your country, whether it is actually allowed, but sometimes driving in between other cars when they're standing, like at a traffic light or something, feels kinda cheeky but also very good. Like, for example, if it's summer and it's really hot and you're like sitting in a kind of traffic jam or something, then I think it's legitimate for motorcyclists to just get to the front of the line, so to say, because sitting around for them is kind of worse than in a car, because you have like the full sun burning down upon you, which is, if you're wearing a proper motorcycle jacket, then it's cooking you, and if you're not, then you're probably gonna get a sunburn or something. but the point is you need the wind of driving in order to not overheat. And that's why I feel like it's legitimate for motorcyclists to really get in front of the line a little bit, just so you can make it a little bit less unbearable in the summer heat. Contact. Get more boys. More mining ships will be eaten by our hunting vulture. Yeah, also, the fastest I've ever driven, I did that only one time because I've wanted to see how fast I can go. And obviously, on the German Autobahn, on the Autobahn, there are some parts where there is no speed limit. So I could actually try out just how fast my my motorcycle could actually go. And it turned out just full throttle, nothing held back. That was 220 or so kilometers per hour. That was the fastest I've ever gone. And I'm not sure what's that in miles, but it is definitely above 140 miles, I'm pretty sure. So those are the things you can only try out in Germany, because everywhere else you're not allowed to do that. But here you can. And if you are a little bit more adventurously inclined, Kitsune, and you're able to test some limits. And in my case, that was 220 kilometers per hour. But after that, I never went this fast ever again. I just wanted to know how fast I can go. But I knew that it was a little bit dangerous. 137 miles per hour. I see. So my I wasn't that far off actually, but as you can see, it's just interesting to know and try it out, right? I mean, if you can. And also, like, generally speaking, in Germany, or especially in my state, we have good roads. So generally, in the parts where you are allowed to go without a speed limit, the roads are usually also like properly really handled, like so that you can actually drive those speeds in a safe manner. I want the bike again so bad. One day my dream bike is the Honda Shadow Phantom. I don't actually know that one. Actually been quite a bit of time since the last time I actually checked out what kind of motorcycles were on the market, since I just looked at it one time to see what used one I could buy, because obviously I couldn't afford a new one. So I looked around to see what kind of used motorcycle I could get, and there was a Suzuki SV650, which I'm still quite I'm quite happy I got one that is like really a proper motorbike. Like I mean, obviously if it can drive 220 kilometers per hour or 137, 136 kind of miles per hour, then it's probably a proper big motorbike, not some funny thing that only drives like, I don't know, 70 or something. It was a proper machine. I mean, it is a proper machine, it just doesn't work at the moment, oh god. Also, I feel like, because I'm talking, I'm a little bit worse at finding my targets, but that's not so bad since we're having fun just talking, right? So that's fine. We're fine. Just doing some funny autopilot stuff without thinking too much. Contact. Are those just the boys that I already... Ah! Here we go. Finally found us another sentry. Gonna be tasty.
Contact.
Bike buddies. We need to go to Germany as well so we can have Masamis for trail bike buddies. Well, like I said, chances are that I probably can't keep my motorbike. But on the other hand, you should also just come to Germany to try out how fast you can actually go, right? And you wanna try at least once in your life or once with your machine to see how fast it can go. And you're curious? I know I'm curious. I was curious and adventurous enough to want to try it. So, I mean, often people say, you know, I don't know, some stuff girls don't do and some stuff girls do, and I feel like lots of people wouldn't expect a girl to try out something like that. And I will have you know that I'm actually a very responsible driver, and I'm not really someone who takes unnecessary risks, and I drive very respectful, and I'm definitely someone who's very much trying to be very responsible with the capability of a machine like that. But I'm also German.
Congratulations.
And as a German, it would be just wasted potential to not try out how fast the machine can go on the Autobahn, right? It would be wasted potential. And you know how much I hate wasted potential. Here we have a nice little sentry destroyed, and now we will be able to have some tasty food. That part seems like it doesn't work. Yeah, here it's getting white and red hot because we can strip some material. Tasty. What? OMG, hast du mir Bulli reicht? Ja, nie. Oh, his bike doesn't go that fast. I mean, that's fine. I mean, like, my Suzuki was definitely like a kind of a sports motorbike, right? And I would expect fine sirs like you guys, probably. I would expect you to probably get a touring motorbike instead of a sports motorbike. So it is, in my opinion, probably expected that your machine wouldn't go as fast as a sports machine. And I mean, obviously, if, I don't know, if you're someone who would like to have a chill journey and drive around comfortably, you might be less inclined than a mentally 14-year-old kitsune who's feeling very adventurous to just go and get yourself a sports machine. And you're probably also more mentally mature, and that's why you say, oh no, I don't actually need a sports machine because it looks so much cooler. I'm just gonna take something that's nice and feels good, right? Because you're so mature, unlike me, right? That's what it's about. I love the feeling of my cargo bay slowly filling up. That is just the best feeling. Imagine 180 centimeter tall masonry on a Honda Grom. Not sure what kind of bike that is, but I probably imagine it's a touring machine as well, because otherwise, I don't know, it probably wouldn't make sense to mention my height, since on a touring machine you're probably sitting upright instead of like being a little bit more compactly snuggled against the machine. Just let me hold on with the beams for a moment, because I just wanted to say I love getting down and laying on the tank of my motorcycle to just like go super fast. It just feels so good, and it feels like you're one with the machine, like, and you feel the vibrations of the machine and you're like, that's right, like I'm so freaking like close, and the wind is blowing past, and you can't even like raise your head, because the wind is so strong that it actually pushes you back down, and you shouldn't even like raise your head anymore, because you feel like if you get too much like into the way of the wind, it might actually pull your head upwards or something. And I'm like, I feel so freaking cool right now. Those are my motorbike feelings. Let's continue onwards with the chill salvaging, shall we? You know, since we're all broke, let's go get a moped buddies going. What is that dream moped? What is the Ferrari of mopeds? That sounds like, I don't know, a more Japanese thing. Because even though like they have lots of amazing like motorcycle brands, I feel like in a lot of like big Japanese cities you don't really have much space, so they actually appreciate the mopeds a lot for how compact they are. Ice Tangle's car is a sports machine, I see, so you won't just allow the cheeky, mentally 14-year-old kitsune to run away and overtake you on her motorbike, her sports motorbike. You know that you can do it with your sports car instead. Johnnycat's machine is a sports cruiser. It can cruise and it can be quick and nimble. That sounds pretty cool, because cruiser sounds more comfortable, and like I think the longest I've ever driven my motorbike like in one sitting was like 5 hours or something. 5 hours of just driving through the countryside. And after those 5 hours, my butt hurt a lot. I was like, yeah, I'm feeling the fact that it's a sports machine now after these 5 hours. Oh my god, that was a bit harsh. Not made for these long journeys. It's made for a trip, not for a journey. Can you just see how the material, like the outer material, gets stripped off the shell of the Sentry? So satisfying. And it's all gonna get eaten and turned into recycled composite material for us to sell. It's all going into our belly. We are very, very hungry, Vulture. More and more, please. I'm still hungry, very hungry. had it right yet. What focused RS? That sounds... what is the RS for? R, I would say racing, but then I'm still looking for the meaning of the S. Probably super, because then it's... but maybe it should be SR instead of RS then, because super racing would sound cool, but racing super sounds a little bit strange. Oh, a Honda Grom is a 124 cc mini bike. I see. So the funny part about that would be seeing someone tall like me sitting on a small bike. I see now. Dealers were charging 10k over retail because it was a popular car, so no one bought it and Ford killed it. Yeah. Focus goes 30 kilometers per hour faster at least. 5 hours on a sports bike. Damn girl, you brave. How dumb. I would say I was inexperienced. And that's why I did that. I just wanted to try out a little bit of a longer trip. And after that, I never did that again. So it was a learning experience. The seat of a sports motorbike is not made for 5-hour journeys. It is definitely not. My butt was not happy about that. Let me think about how long did it take for it to not hurt anymore. Too long. I felt like I was like in between not being able to feel anything and it hurting a lot after getting off of it. Kinda numb pain, so to say. It was definitely a good idea to not do that again. I mean, but you learn from your experiences, right? You do stuff and try stuff out, and then you're like, ouch, fire hot, I'm not gonna do that again. And it was kind of similar there. But I never really had some kind of, I don't know, motorcycle godfather, so to say. It's like someone who showed me the ropes or something, because I'm the only person in my family who actually has a motorcycling license. So I was just alone with that. And I'm also less of a technically like interested person and more of a doing interested person. So it wasn't really like I was reading magazines about the technical capabilities and how you should treat your machines and blah blah and stuff like that. For me it was always more like, hey, I love doing this and I feel like I'm also pretty decent at it and it feels good. And then I was like, oh no, sometimes trouble, what am I gonna do now? So would have been nice to have someone who could actually, I don't know, help me and maybe keep me from doing silly stuff like having a 5-hour journey on a sports machine. Can you see that? Here we can see like so well how he's stripping away in the shell. That looks so satisfying. Yeah. Oh yeah, I want all of this salvage. Put it all in my belly. So tasty. That's the good stuff. RS stands for Rally Sport. Oh, I see. That makes more sense. But also, like, wasn't there, like, my big brother told me that in the past there was like a special rally. I forgot what the name was called. A rally where they had no limitations on how strong you could make a car, like how much horsepower and turbo and whatever. You could just do what you wanted. And they had a special name for that rally, like that kind of hardcore rally where there were no limitations on how, yeah, you could build your machines. And because they had so many accidents and fatalities, they actually stopped having that rally because it was just too much. And that's what I'm thinking about when I hear a sports rally car. Oh, let's drink some water. Haven't done it in quite a while. Contact. Hasty contact. I'm not sure why this is so satisfying. It's like really simple, but it's a little bit like I've watched people on YouTube and also a friend showed me like a video about it, about a pressure cleaning, like water pressure cleaning game. Like your only objective in that game was to clean stuff. And here I feel like it is slightly similar, because like you're going there and you're making sure that all the stuff is gone. It takes a while, but it is quite satisfying when you're done, because you feel like, yeah, we stripped that stuff clean of any tasty material. So it feels like a job well done. And you're also making money with that, and that's amazing, right? You feel satisfied, it's chill, and you're still making money, and sometimes you even crash into stuff just a little bit. Whoopsie. Let me just see if I got everything. Yeah, here we got a little bit more. Finding joy in simple things is the best. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm very happy. I mean, as you can see with my motorcycle stories, I am very happy when I can have some adventurous times. It feels very, very fun, very, I don't know, invigorating for me. And I enjoy it quite a bit. I'm also a person who really loved going to roller coasters, especially on the Oktoberfest, since it takes place in my home city. I was there most years, to be honest. And I always liked to try out new roller coasters if they appeared. And I only stopped riding the roller coasters when I stopped getting adrenaline from it. And then, since then, I haven't I wasn't in any other roller coaster again since then. But it's actually been I don't know, quite a few years since then. So nowadays, maybe I probably lost the kind of feeling of it. So it might be fun once again. I could actually check that out maybe next year. This year I actually didn't ride a roller coaster. But I don't know, maybe next year again. I was actually, back then, I was very sad that I wasn't feeling any adrenaline anymore, or even the biggest and worst and craziest like roller coaster. In my opinion, like I tried out pretty much everything except the ones that felt too I don't know, too weak anyways. But in my opinion, the most adrenaline you could get was actually if you can maybe see it on YouTube if you type it into search, Oktoberfest Cyberspace. That's what that roller coaster was called. And it actually was like, it only had like room for I think 6 or 8 people at a time. And that was the most adrenaline I ever got from a roller coaster. And when that stopped giving me adrenaline, I stopped riding roller coasters altogether. But like I said, it's actually been such a long time since then that it might actually be a good idea to try again. Because I'm pretty sure now I haven't done it in such a long time that it should probably get that feeling once again, and that would be awesome. I would really enjoy that. Feeling adventurous again. Like, and those are like situations where I can actually enjoy like the adrenaline, like because if you're driving your motorbike, obviously it is really dangerous, and so getting into situations that would give you that much adrenaline don't actually exist without being highly dangerous. Never in my entire life like did I have a motorbike situation that like I don't know came close in terms of adrenaline, except when I don't know, like when someone almost like ran me over or something. That was obviously also adrenaline, but not good adrenaline. Like fun adrenaline of that kind of scale, I don't think I've ever had more than on that roller coaster, Cyberspace, on the Oktoberfest. I should try it again. I saw it while being on the Oktoberfest this year. I only was there once this year, with family, just sitting around, having a nice time. And I also got a sunburn, because it was actually super hot for October. That was crazy. That was actually quite interesting, like, funnily enough, the Oktoberfest doesn't start in October, which is often something that confuses people. Actually, the Oktoberfest is still like defined by October though, because the Oktoberfest ends on the first weekend of October. Meaning, you take the first weekend of October and then you like backtrack 2 weeks and then you have to start in September of the Oktoberfest. That's how it works. And sometimes they like have it go on a little bit longer. Like, for example, sometimes the German holiday of like the reunification day of Germany falls very closely next to like the end of the Oktoberfest, and then they decide, alright, we're going to extend the Oktoberfest until that holiday. That's what they did this year, and I think the holiday was on a Tuesday after the last weekend, so Monday and Tuesday were still included. So that was kind of nice. Finding joy in simple things is the best. That's why I deliver packages and Star Citizen. Love it. That's cool. Girls don't ride motorcycles a lot in the US. How about in other countries? I would say in Germany it's also uncommon, I would say. I would say about 95% of other motorcyclists I saw were probably men. I had more adrenaline in the Middle East. Oh boy. Need to go to Germany and experience the Oktoberfest. Oh yeah. That is definitely something to look forward to. But let it be known that the experience inside the beer tents is very different than on some other parts. Because in the beer tents it's very not chill. It's pretty crazy. I mean, that is, for some people, that is what the Oktoberfest is about. But when we go to the Oktoberfest with the family, we like to go to the little bit more laid back and not as crazy places. Where you can just sit down, have some expensive but very good food, and enjoy the scenery and the atmosphere. Yeah, one moment. I see that my character needs to drink a little bit. So I'll go and drink something as well. Once again, they're having some trouble with me actually just taking out. Here we go. Carry that water and take a drink. Let's drink some more. I feel like because I've played kinda buggy games in the past, like for example Bethesda games like Skyrim and Fallout 4, I think I also played. Like, I feel like I'm also already used a little bit to slightly buggy games, and so my mind is already very used to finding workarounds to smaller issues. Like right now, they wouldn't allow me to take my water out of my backpack and into my hand, so instead I dropped my water on the floor and then I picked it up and that worked. Stuff like this is it's just by now it's just very natural to me, and I want to keep it. Not actually. There we go. I feel like lots of people I see playing this game for the first time, in a valid way, very valid way, because bugs are always bad. There are no good bugs, except maybe sometimes harmless bugs that are funny or something. But I think it's very valid if they're upset with bugs that keep them from doing stuff. But they're also really not used to actually dealing with that stuff. And I feel like very often I just naturally work my way around stuff like that. And then I don't even notice it that much anymore. So instead, it always feels like my streams are very smooth and so on, even though there is actually quite a lot of like stuff that could cause some friction. But I'm just, yeah, alright, I'm just doing something else, it's gonna be fine, no worries, blah blah. At least in the moments where you can do something like that. I've seen some of the most gorgeous women ever serving beer during Oktoberfest. Maybe your point of view was a little bit skewed because they were carrying beer. Have you considered that? I mean, I'm not going to go and doubt you. I'm just saying, perhaps the fact that they were carrying that beer made it maybe made a 9 out of 10 into a 10 out of 10, right? Could be possible, I'm just saying. But like in general, without like joking around, I am so like, I respect the waiters and waitresses so much on the Oktoberfest, because it can be really rough. Like a lot of them say like you can make a lot of money in tips, but it's extremely exhausting, and they're very happy that it just happens once a year because otherwise they probably wouldn't be able to just keep up with that. Oh, I found another sentry. Here we go. But like, I don't even know, like you have to have like a special, I don't know, technique in order to carry like, I don't know, what's that, like frickin' 10 beers or something. And I mean those big, I'm not sure what the name in English is, but the big beer glasses, the Oktoberfest beer glasses, filled. And they carry around like so many of them at the same time. I'm just really impressed with that. Like, I'm tall, but I have I have very thin and squishy arms, and I'm just like, man, how are they doing it? I can't.
Contact.
I can't. I literally can't. I can't even. When watching them, I'm like, I am very impressed. This has to be a talent or something. Alright, last sentry of the bunch. Oh, this time I couldn't outrange it because I got too close, but no worries. We can just side scrape it, and then this thing will be too stupid to fight back. I mean, it's trying, but it is still too stupid to properly aim. I just gotta make sure I'm not going to randomly crash into a asteroid while side scraping. Feels critical. Just keep side scraping, no worries.
Congratulations.
Here we go.
Destroyed.
There's my tasty boy. And here, this is actually the point where I what's it called? I fulfilled the mission of destroying the sentries of the claim jumpers, and that was actually the whole mission. That awarded me 15,000. And now I'm just getting the extras. The extra of just stripping the guys that I was just sent to kill of their valuable outsides. Tasty. Imagine if Masumi worked as those ladies. Like, you mean probably the beer serving waitresses on the Oktoberfest. I'll be completely honest with you. If I ever get like more money, and it's not really a financial, really a real financial detriment to me, I'll definitely get a like traditional Oktoberfest outfit. I'll get it. Mark my words, if I ever should actually make money with this, I'll get myself a Oktoberfest outfit. And it's gonna look great. Look forward to it. I mean, maybe in, I don't know, 10 years, I'll have maybe 100 subscribers, and, you know, maybe then I'll be able to afford it. You know, who knows? Anyways, let's get back to reality. Where I'm just salvaging some scrap in order for some imaginary money. But it's satisfying, and it makes me happy. That is worth something too. Happiness is worth very, like, a lot. And if you can find happiness in the simple things, then that is definitely something nice. Ah, we filled up another 2 boxes. Ground pounding like Ame Watson. I'm not sure. I know the meme where she says nothing beats a good ground pound. But I'm not actually sure what it even means. Still not. But not. I don't know. When did Hololive English start? Isn't that like at least like 4 years ago now or something like that? Like quite a while actually. And it was like very early for Amelia, that she started that. Like, you know Connor from Crash Taste and also his own channel CWA. I think he like donated like $10 or something, and the message was, "Is this the toxic gamer?" Because I think that was after a Trash Taste episode where they talked about VTubers, and where Connor was like, I can't really get into it and I don't really know it, which is funny because nowadays obviously he's so like good friends with Iron Mouse. But back then it was like something where it wasn't really very much into. And I think in the Trash Taste episode they told him Amelia Watson would probably be the best choice for him to watch because she is a toxic gamer. So maybe he could relate to her. That's what I still remember. And otherwise I haven't really watched her a lot. I have to think about which Hololive streamer in general I watched the most. I would say probably Kiara. Because I really liked the interviews she made with like the Japanese Hololive VTubers. I thought it was really nice for her to have the interviews and to like translate for everyone. I felt very nice and very fun as well. I feel like she always had good chemistry with her guests. And also because Kiara is Austrian, so she also speaks German, and I just find it funny to see the reaction of people to German, and obviously with her speaking that language, that just happened a few times in general. And she also like sometimes I think gave some fun German lessons to other VTubers like Gura, and that was just enjoyable for me to watch from a native speaker's point of view. Alright. Wait, is there more here? Yeah. Strip them down to the bone. Feast on their flesh. How can anything be more satisfying than vanquishing your enemies and feasting on their flesh? Is this not what it means to be alive? You are a German woman? You can do it. It's in your blood. I'm not so sure. I feel like a little bit like a genetical deviant anyways, because my height is a little bit, I don't know, I'm taller than both my parents, so take that as you will. Like my grandfather, like the father of my mom, is taller, but both my parents was not quite as tall as me. Like not significantly different, but I feel like, where did these genes come from? I feel like God was just in character creation when he made me and decided, you know what? Yep, let's just get that leg slider up almost to the top. Let's just give it a little bit of an extra, shall we? It's just really funny because, like, I have just, I don't know, I have a normal torso. It's just that my legs are longer. I mean, it's after after I was mature enough to not be insecure about that anymore. That actually felt like a bonus because now I feel like, you know what? I have that nice anime leg to upper body ratio, and that actually looks awesome. You know what? Instead of being insecure, I should feel confident about being supermodel sized. That's right. That's how I'm taking it these days. Don't be insecure. See the good in what you have. I mean, it's easy to say if it's something that is easy to appreciate, and not, I mean, you could say being tall and having long legs is conventionally beautiful and so on. I guess it was just initially something I was insecure about because of the feedback I got. Like, the first guy I ever had a crush on told me I was too tall. Just saying. You see, that's how insecurities like that happen. When stuff like that happens. And he was taller than me. That was so mean, man. Why, how can you say I'm too tall when you're taller than me? How does that even make sense? Like, personally, when we're talking about like the height of people, and there's always this like, oh no, I only want a boyfriend if his height starts with 6. And I'm like, bitch, you're probably 5'1" or something. How can you say you want a guy that is 6 foot something if he's still much taller than you? Like, how? She wouldn't even be able to tell if he's 5'10" or 5'11" probably, instead of 6 foot. He would still be much taller than her, so what's the problem? And that's like something that irks me because that guy was taller than me and he told me I was too tall, and I was so mean. How can you say that? And so rude. I mean, obviously, you can't change people's preferences, and it's not like you can just go and tell someone, no, you are contractually obligated to find me attractive. But it still feels, I don't know, and in this case I'm just like, you know, what's the problem? As long as you're taller than me, is it really a problem? That was just mean in my opinion. But again, you can't change people's preferences. I mean, I also have preferences, and it's not like I'm going to say, no, someone who's the exact opposite of my preferences, I'll still like them or something, totally or something. I mean, you can't just guarantee that. But it still felt mean. Should have just made something else up. Should have given me a different insecurity instead of my height. And that's also why for the longest time I didn't like get any shoes with heels. Even though I love heels. Heels look so freaking good. I just love the style of heels, especially wedge heels. Like nowadays I have like let's see, my boots have heels, like not that big, but they do have heels, and also I have some nice summer sandals with heels. Not that big, but they do have them. And for my summer sandals, they have like wedge heels. And I love wedge heels so much. They look so awesome, so good. Like, I feel like wedge heels are like the perfect mix of cute and sexy, kind of. Stylish, cute, sexy. I mean, normally heels are only stylish and maybe sexy, but if you're wearing wedge heels, they're also cute, and I love that kind of. I don't know, isn't that just the ultimate combo? Cute, sexy, stylish? Damn. Like CSS? That's just... How can you beat that? How can anything be better than cute, sexy, stylish? Like, damn. Oh, whoops, I got too close to the sentry. I'm just gonna wait for the rotation to be over. I mean, realistically, in space, if you add momentum to something flying around in space, where there's no friction, no, not friction, but friction, I think is the right word, then it shouldn't stop moving, actually. But I think they added that, like I think they added the fact that things slowly stop moving so that it isn't as inconvenient for gameplay. Like for me right now, since I slightly bumped into this guy, into the sentry, and if this now would mean that it would continue to fly away infinitely, that would be a little bit annoying, but I feel like they've struck a nice balance between realism and gameplay so far, and I appreciate the fact that stuff like this exists, because otherwise I would be very harshly, what's it called, punished for slightly bumping into that thing, and it would make salvaging it so much more difficult and annoying. And instead, I can just continue onwards with my chill salvaging. Mr. Garden is here. Good day to you. Oh, my Tangled sister has the same problem with 185 centimeters. Oh, she's even taller than me. That must be tough. Not gonna lie. 5 centimeters can be a lot, like in height and in difference. Damn. I do not envy her, even though I probably understand her plight somewhat, but to a lesser degree. Again, children, don't do this at home. Follow the proper cargo storage regulations, and don't just stack it without safety, like I'm doing because I'm greedy and it's tasty. I just love having the entire cargo bay filled up with stuff. It's such a nice feeling. Like resource gathering as kind of, and then like having a treasury or something like that. Like filling up the chambers. Feels so satisfying in games. I love it. If they did tall and short girls, if she's beautiful and cool, we good. It's like me getting called a midget by a girl who was 147 centimeters. I'm 175. I'm not tall, but getting called a midget by a girl who isn't even 150. It was wild. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some people are just so hung up with numbers, and it's just completely arbitrary. Like, in Europe, you often hear that he needs to be 180 centimeters, while 180 is like 5'11" or so, and in the US it's 6 foot, right? So it literally is just an arbitrary number that people put in their minds for some reason, which is supposed to be like the cutoff point, because it sounds good. It's not really, it's not real. Like, you should look at a person and see, hey, do I like this person? And instead of just looking at a number and saying, oh no, I'm sorry, you're nice, you're rich, you're good looking, everything, and we have the same interests and everything, but I'm sorry, you're one, yeah, I don't know, you're 1 inch, 1 centimeter too small or something. That just doesn't make any sense at all. It's so strange how that happened. I like a guy who likes salvaging like me. Howdy there, partner. You liking some salvage? I like some salvage. Like me guy can... Like myself a girl who can salvage. I'm not sure which accent or dialect I tried making here, and I hope I didn't offend anyone, but this was just something random. Like Stacy Keibler? I don't know her, so I can't really talk to that. But it's funny that her name is Stacy, since, like, apparently in the meme culture, Stacy is the female equivalent to Chad. So, Giga Chad and, I don't know, Giga Stacy maybe. Maybe Stacy Keibler is a Giga Stacy, who knows? The good genes. Just for a moment, I was simply enjoying the quiet and then the comforting sounds of the Tasty Boy extractor size 1s in the background. A tall girl like Masami and Riot's sister says they need a 180 plus centimeter guy. It makes sense, but when girls that are shorter than 160 centimeter want a really tall guy, it doesn't make sense. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I kind of have the what's that called? I feel like I have the definitely like the moral. I feel like a moral obligation to myself to think about someone like not in the numbers first and just see how, I don't know, we match up and how it feels in general. But I would be lying if I said that I wasn't a little bit more fascinated with someone who is at least as tall as me. That is definitely true. I mean, it's definitely also like come to that because I'm kind of so annoyed that other people ask for ridiculous numbers even though they're so far away from that. But I guess there are things like that are, I don't know, preferences, and then there are things that are, I don't know, really very important. I know it's probably a preference, but I don't know. Like, I think a much better argument to say no for me would be if someone was like a big smoker or something. I think that what a guy was not as tall as me, that would be definitely much less of an issue for me than if he was like a chain smoker or something. I would be very turned off by that. Definitely. What's going on here? Apparently I was ejected out of my ship, but thankfully I am wearing a spacesuit. And that means I can simply Iron Man my way back into my ship. How nice is that? Bleep. Or simply spacewalking just a little bit. Alright. Open up. Thank you very much. And now, let's go and try this again. Mr. Leather. I know, Mr. Leather, you have to show your superiority and your strength at least once per stream. But we've done that now, and you've shown that you're stronger than me. And thank you very much. And that means now we're good, right? It's now fine. Let's put this here. And then after this I probably won't be able to get enough scrap to fill up the entire thing. Because unfortunately I was too far away from the other sentry I destroyed, and that's why I didn't manage to find it anymore. And so that was at least like 3 boxes of scrap or something that I couldn't find anymore, that I could have had. But we still got more recycled composite material boxes than would be legally allowed in this cargo bay. So, and we didn't even pay anything for it. We got paid for destroying these sentries. And now we're just making extra money while getting paid for our job. They explained to you that it's because you are tall and can hug, and that does make them feel comforted. Of course, she goes for the bigger guy. Ah. I see. Johnnycat has seen a friend get turned down because he was 1 centimeter too small. That's ridiculous. I mean, consider the following. If someone turns you down because of like 1 centimeter, which is like less than 1 inch, I think, then they're probably a twat anyways, and they're not worth your time anyways. I think that sounds reasonable. Someone is so superficial about these numbers, then you probably wouldn't have a good time dating them anyways. Started talking about 2 topics now, I think. Cigarettes and how I don't like them, and motorbikes and how I do like those. But there was a 3rd topic that I think I kind of forgot while talking about the other stuff. Alright, I'm on 81% done to filling another box. So before I go home and sell all the stuff, I'm gonna try and see if I maybe missed some spots and can fill up this 1 box. Like on these parts right here, it tells you it's 100%, but it's actually invalid. You can't actually take it. Like for example, if I keep doing this, keep salvaging this part, it just stays at 100%. So you were wondering about that, that's why. Which is a shame. I would love to salvage that stuff as well. I think in a future patch they will actually allow you to not only salvage the outer shell of spaceships and constructs like the sentries, but after that they will also allow you to break down the rest of the ship or construct and turn that into like material as well. So salvage is actually going to be even more tasty in the future. They will probably rebalance how much money you get from it over the years until release. But it's still, I don't know, it still feels really satisfying and rewarding because it's so chill and you're still doing something that's useful to you because it makes you money. And let me see, maybe there are some other parts flying around. That looks good. Yeah. Yeah, tasty. Some of the parts were blown away when I destroyed the sentry. Hopefully that will be enough to fill my last box. Looks pretty promising. Or maybe not. We'll see. I'm staying at 90%, what's going on? This one not enough. What happens when you do not store properly? Well, I heard that right now it kind of works alright-ish, but you can get some trouble with flying around cargo boxes, and in the current state of the game, randomly flying around stuff might sometimes destroy your ship. That hasn't happened to me yet, but it is not perfectly not buggy, I will say that much. So it is basically, it's setting you up for a little bit more risk in terms of strange game stuff happening to your ship. And also, I think in the future they will make it a little bit more risky to have like non-properly stored cargo inside your bay or something. I'm not sure how that will look like yet, but it is something to keep in mind. For example, I've seen a video of a guy bringing a little hover bike in, like in the cargo bay of his ship, and then when flying outside, he actually exploded. So stuff like items moving inside other items, which are ships, is still a little bit, yeah, risky sometimes. Things can happen. We're playing in alpha, boys. Basically, just assume that you're playing a Bethesda game without the mods, without the player base actually fixing the game for the developer. I mean, here it is not like that, but it might as well be in terms of how buggy it is, because frickin' release Bethesda games, man. It's just... I heard that Starfield was actually supposed to be released earlier, but the Microsoft overlords took a look at it and said, no, you're gonna take another year to polish it. So that's mildly concerning, in my opinion, but who knows, right? Who knows? Right. I didn't manage to fill up another box, which is a shame, but we still got quite a few. I definitely probably could have filled up my entire cargo bay if I didn't do an oopsie with that other sentry and didn't find it after destroying it. Right, now it's time to use our quantum drive and jump back to the planet Microtech, where we are going to sell all of the tasty stuff we just got. It's funny how this, this single run this time took about double the time that it usually takes for me to like go and salvage some stuff because I took some time to like pause and talk, but it's definitely more enjoyable than just sitting around and watching a YouTube video while playing. Talking with you guys is nice. Look for cargo boxes close to you. Ah, that's not going to happen. Like, the only enemies that were in my vicinity were the mining ships, which I already salvaged, and they don't have a cargo bay. And the other enemies were the sentries, and since I've started playing this game, I don't know, like 3 weeks ago now, they never dropped any cargo so far. So the enemies that I did have were not able to spawn any cargo, and I doubt that any random cargo would just lay around. A good thing, this little mission was actually very close to the planet, like 4 million kilometers and something, which is rather close, because this ship actually has a very low quantum fuel capacity, but it has an industrial quantum drive, which means it is very efficient in terms of fuel for range, meaning you can get somewhere with good range, but the downside of the industrial drives is that they take super long. Like the normal stock quantum drive of this ship takes 10 trillion years to get anywhere, which is the trade-off for its great range. But that means you should probably make sure that the missions you take are pretty close. Otherwise you're going to see yourself sitting in quantum quite a bit. Trust me, they are there. Also, the cargo box icon is showing you on the debris fields of Salvage. What? But I've done nothing but running in circles, scanning all the time, while scanning for the sentries. So the only thing that would make sense to be included is if these debris fields actually had some cargo in them as well as salvage. I can check out that one next time. I'll remember that one. But so far it was just all the things that were displayed to me that way were always like mining stuff and so on, so I didn't pay it much mind. Where is... oh, there's the spaceport. There we go. That means I need to go down somewhere around here, I think. Alright, cruise control. Here we go. And we're going to change our energy distribution back to normal. The Corsair has better sensors. That can very well be true, since that's like, I don't know, a big medium ship. I mean, it's funny to say like something is a small medium and another one is a big medium, but I definitely feel like the Corsair is like a bigger medium-sized ship, but not like a super big ship like an Origin 890 or something. But I can definitely see the sensors on that ship being better than this light, small industrial boy over here. That may very well be true. One of the reasons I like this planet more than the others, like, there are actually many reasons why this is my favorite planet to play on or have as my home compared to the other planets that we have in the system. But one of them is that there's actually a quick access into like the habitation areas, or in this case to the trading areas, where you don't even have to get down to the spaceport and have to like land your ship in a hangar. You can actually just get to what feels like a little bit like a truck stop because there's so many people always parking there. I mean, we're currently getting closer and you can maybe already see that we're getting closer and closer, and there's lots and lots and lots and lots of people actually parking there because they all want to get into that quick access thingy without having to touch down in a hangar. Oh boy. Look at that. Here someone had their, I think it is an A2 Hercules, and flipped it. I guess, like, I heard that sometimes you can flip your ships if you don't disable the engines. So it could be that this guy simply like landed and then he kept the systems and the engines on, and somehow that made it more easily for the wind to pick up his ship and flip it. I don't know why that happens, but obviously it's a bug. But apparently that's how it happens sometimes. So remember, even if you don't want to touch down for a long time or something, remember to at least power down your engines so that your ship will not fly away due to current funny stuff happening. Alright, is this an okay spot to touch down? Maybe a little bit uneven, huh? I'm sure it's gonna be fine. After all, I have a little ladder on the side of this ship. There we go. Looks good enough for me. Powering down the engines. And time to get out. Hydration check. Well then, let's have some water. Cheers. Right. For a moment, we will appreciate the music we have on this planet and leave the lo-fi music behind for just a little bit. I love the vanilla skies more on Crusader. I mean, I love the architecture of the places like in Orison and Crusader, and how they have like cherry trees and stuff. I actually really like that. But I kind of feel uncomfortable with the knowledge that we're all just floating around on, oh my god. Oh god. That guy maybe left his engines on. I feel uncomfortable with the fact that on the gas giant, we're all just floating on some big platforms, and I feel much happier with myself while I'm walking around on actual rocky ground. It feels much more comforting to me. So that's why I like that. But otherwise I like Orison quite a bit as well. Oh, whoops. Whoopsie. I forgot that I shouldn't interact in that end of view, because that will make my character grab a backpack. Alright, let's do this again. Alright, we're back. Swish. It actually makes sense. You got autocorrect thrusters and they are on that thing. We'll try to hold position. Ah, that's why you mean that they're getting flipped. Yeah, but that's why you get engines offline. Johnny Cat's body from the army is 167 centimeters tall, but his younger sister is 185. Wow, that's like... He must be so upset with the genetic lottery. I bet those two wish they could swap, probably. With the current dating markets as they are probably relatively pissed, both of them. But maybe she, I don't know. Maybe she turned it around and became a model. Who knows?
We've got a lot of variety. Take your time and have a look.
Let's eat some random fruit that I don't know if it's real. Hey, awesome. And how about an apple too? Alright, that's done. Now let's walk over to the trading station. Like, another reason why I like to touch down in this place is that you can access like your ships, like that you can trade it. Where was I going with this? You can actually use the trading interface here without storing your ship in a hangar, and I'm not sure what would happen to my to my excess cargo that isn't inside a normal cargo grid if I just stored my ship inside a hangar. I didn't want to try it out, and I was like thinking, if it's like this, it's probably a better way. It's probably more safe for me to not lose my cargo that is not included in the cargo grid. So, the official cargo, we sell 12 units for 92,000 Alpha UEC. And also present in the cargo hold, but in a loose, illegal way, 5 more units for another 38,000. So basically, like 33% extra cash just for getting some extra stuff in a loose way into your cargo bay. That was definitely tasty. But like the best I managed to do was actually 12 in the normal cargo grid and then 11 around it. I actually managed to almost get double the amount that I'm officially supposed to take into my Vulture, and that felt very amazing and tasty indeed. Also, since I talked about reasons why I like this planet, I like the interior. It is very clean and they have lots of plants. I like green stuff and so on. And actually on the surface of this planet they also have some green spots. It's not all an icy waste, but they actually also have some parts where you can actually see some nice flowers and forests that are green. And that feels really nice. I enjoy that quite a bit.
Your true center. This is another moment of clarity with Amanda.
Right. Well, that guy looked like a very traditional astronaut. That's funny. My Drake Vulture is currently 408 meters away, somewhere outside in this direction. Interesting. So much money. I think we need to have a legitimate business meeting. Uh-oh. Do I smell legitimate business people trying interested in my business? That sounds mildly concerning. I should maybe think about getting some legitimate business protectors for my next cargo run. But first, enter sit down, because this is actually a perfect opportunity to, for a short moment, go AFK, and then I will be right back. So, don't worry about it. Just a few minutes, and be right back. Alright, Yambaku. You have new water. Everything is alright. Here we go. And once more, we have a dance party in chat. I see. Soon, as the princess allows herself to not let her gaze be resting upon the people for just a moment. They use that time for revolution instantly. I see how it is. Anyways. Wait, what is that ship? Oh. For a moment, like I thought this Drake cutter and this ship, I think it's an Argo ship. Is it a towing ship? Oh yeah, it is the towing ship. For a moment, I thought this ship and this ship were one ship for a moment. And then I was like, wait, what kind of horrific human centipede kind of ship is that? It looks too long, what is going on? And then I realized what was going on. Okay, thank you. Adaima. I feel like I heard some quantum jumping sounds. And you can see the Drake Vulture is a very, very popular renting ship at the moment. And I can understand very much why. It is chill and satisfying and pretty safe income. This feels very nice. So, let's go and have a second go, shall we? Let's go and have a second go. Oh no. My English and German teachers wouldn't appreciate that kind of word usage at all. You need to be better. You need to have more different words and sound lyrical and sophisticated. Whoa. Well, I can see my ship currently getting blown away by the wind and the thing. But seems like it managed to stabilize. Alright.
Landing gear up.
Off into the sky we go. Let's go for about 80 degrees. That should be nice. And time for cruise control. Even the slow ship seems relatively fast when going up into the atmosphere. And you can see the entire city getting smaller behind you. That is a nice feeling. Would be so cool if I could pilot two ships at the same time. Then I would bring like a transport ship, like my C2 Spirit or something, and then I would just load all of the salvage crates into the transport, the freight ship, and then I could make even more like crates at the same time in one go, because they wouldn't be like tied down by the capacity of the cargo bay of this ship. And for more water drinking. Now, what was actually the third topic today that we could talk about because people asked for it? Cigarettes, motorbike. What was the third one? Like I forgot by now. Mercenary. Let's see. I like the 15,000 plane jumper stop the most. And the 10,000 10,000 after UC drop, I feel like there are not enough things that you can properly like salvage And on the 20,000 ones, I feel like it's sometimes a little bit sticky of a situation, because there can be more enemies spawning and sometimes even enemies with ships that are much better suited to combat than some random mining ships. So, since you wanted to keep it chill for this stream, I'm going to take the one that pays 10,000 for now. Also, it's very close once again. Oh. But on the other side of the planet, well then, let's see if I can get that quantum beacon and get around the planet a little bit. To change my angle. You. How far away are we now? Damn. Damn, that looks awesome. And it's just one little jump to a like a navigation quantum beacon. And now I have the planet in the background. That looks so cool. The game just has these moments again and again where you're just like, damn, that's beautiful. And it's even better that it's like an actual physical like entity, that planet, where you can just touch down wherever you want. It is actually planet-sized. And the knowledge that that is like the case makes it even better. Oh, and the planet was just very quickly getting so small that I couldn't even see it anymore. This could also be just a, I don't know, a infinite GIF playing in the background, and it would still be kind of nice to look at over a longer time, to just have something chill to look at while talking. Even on this small distance, it just takes quite a while with this industrial drive. Industrial boy! Like, I think this ship right here has like not even a fourth of the quantum fuel storages of my C1 Spirit, like the other ship where I'm always simping because of the engines. And on that ship, they actually gave it to you by default with a military quantum drive, which like consumes more than double the amount of fuel, but it's also incredibly fast. And that if you have enough fuel storage in order to like use that and still have enough range to go somewhere, it feels really good. Like having that kind of speed under your belt is just feels so nice. And it also kind of sells me the fantasy of that ship even more, because I feel like I don't know, it looks fast, it has nice big engines, and so I feel like it should be fast as well. It should be as fast as it looks, and it feels like that is actually as well the case, and it feels good. Let's see. Alright, calibrated and spooled up. Let's see if I can start this from the outside view. Oh, it does work. Nice. Means next time when I'm like flying away from a planet, I should do this so we can see the planet getting smaller in the background. And now I just made it right into a gas cloud. Ooh. Oh my god, that's like...
Quantum drive is now
That felt a little bit ooh, with all of the asteroids around us. The very fast entry into that asteroid field felt quite a bit. Phew. Oh my. Right, let's actually go back. Alright, we want to redistribute energy from thrusters to guns and shields. Time for more scanning. And this time, I will remember Mr. Rectangled Swords and see if I can find some debris fields as well. That cannot hurt. Yeah. Sounds like... Ah yes, we have another mining ship, bro, over here. That actually... That stuff over here. I need to fight first.
Shield system is hit.
What the hell?
Don't say what the hell, you're an illegal miner and some, I don't know, mega corporations, probably. Property. Well, not only did this ship not load properly, but he's also not moving anymore. Well, that just means we have more tasty for me, or at least quicker tasty. Time to munch down. Alright, something... Wait, target shielded? Didn't he just explode? Well, anyways... I guess we'll have to make him explode once again, so the shields are down. Allegedly. Are the shields still up? Target still shielded. Oh well. Guess we'll have to do a little bit more damage and have him blow up again. Hopefully that doesn't, like, reduce the amount of salvage we can get. That would be a shame. Look around the sentry. That's how our debris field looks. Alright, I'll check it out. Ah, the man learned how to move again. And now he should be almost dead anyways.
Shield system is hit.
What the hell?
My man has come alive again. And my man has stopped being alive once again. And he can take kind of like a lot of damage this time. It's strange.
Congratulations. Target is destroyed.
Congratulations, Tasty Boy has been acquired. Well, well, well. Here we go. Finally we are back to the tastiest occupation we can have with this ship. blow it up. Well, that's definitely what we did. This time there will be no coming back from that. Especially not because I can eat this ship now. Should I watch my own stream in the beginning so I can remember what was the third topic that I was supposed to talk about today? Like I started earlier I started saying, hey, today we're going to have a chill stream because it's cold and I need to recover a bit, so let's have it chill. And then we can talk about nice stuff. And then there was like 3 topics. I mean, we can also talk about other topics, but I feel like it's irking me a little bit because I forgot what was the third one. I was like, this and this and this is something we talked about before in other streams. So I wanted to kind of just touch upon that because it was requested. And now I'm like, oh no, what's it gonna be? What was it? The fox brain doesn't remember. Talked about so many other things in the meantime. Here we go. 2 crates. That was pretty quick because I was so close to filling up those boxes the last time. Alright, time to salvage. Continue salvaging this mostly invisible ship. And just because he's invisible doesn't mean I can't eat him. Imagine eating an invisible dude. You would be so, like, surprised what he tastes like because you can't see him, and then you won't be able to anticipate what he would taste like. And you like take a bite and you're like, oh no way, it's that kind of thing, and with that kind of seasoning and so on. Like, oh, I see. Like surprise food. But to be honest, I probably wouldn't like surprise food because if it's about food, then I don't like any surprises. Because I'm someone who's always kind of had to pay attention to eating enough. I was always like, yeah, I don't want to jeopardize my food. I want to be sure that I am going to like it. Because it's already such a hassle to eat enough, and then if I don't like it, that's gonna be even worse to deal with. That's why I only rarely like experiment with food. Most of the time it's more like small scale stuff that I know will probably work out. It's not too crazy, not too complex, so it's not really that big of a range that could go wrong. And if you cook for yourself for a few years, then you'll get kind of a sense of what you'll like and what you won't like and what would make maybe sense to combine together and what wouldn't. The third topic was about my adorableness. I'm not so sure about that. Not so sure you actually have an avatar that is aiming for adorableness. Your flying skills. Oh yeah. I recently told a friend, you need to praise me more for my piloting skills. Like so many people said that lots of new players in this game have such trouble even getting out of a hangar. And I've only been playing for like 3 weeks now, and I'm like, I don't know, I got lots of experience flying like in a similar way while piloting helicopters in battlefield games. And now I'm like, Oh, I want more praise. I want people to praise me for how great I am at piloting, even at such like even though I haven't played this game for a long time. And I was like, I want more praise. Oh, what's going on there? Why aren't you praising me more? At the very least, I got praised once when I was landing the constellation Taurus by one of the newer people. Yeah, he was also a Star Citizen player and someone who had pledged for a constellation. So he found it relatable and he said that was good. And I was like, yeah, that's right. Yay, finally some praise. And that makes me happy. Well, does have a very nice calm voice. That's what we can talk about. You fly very well if one ignores the occasional bump. What do you mean? That is literally just not even praise. That is literally just some macho blah blah. Yeah, it's alright, I guess. Except for those times when you do that and that. That is just underhanded. Ha! As if I wouldn't smell that immediately. Praise! Yeah! Praise the sun and like piloting skills. Like something I definitely have to still improve on is like fighter piloting, basically. Because that's definitely something I've never really looked further into. Like I said, in Battlefield, I used to actually mostly fly helicopters, but I never really got much into fighter jets. And I feel like in this game, it's kind of a combination of both helicopter flying and fighter jet flying, but the jet feels more like this jet skill set feels more useful for the PvP, fighter against fighter, space fights, or even in atmosphere. And the helicopter experience feels more useful for the vertical takeoff and landing and so on, which obviously makes sense, but I feel like definitely the fighter pilot aspects are something I need to learn much more of.
Contact.
Getting the spirit out of the hangar is praiseworthy. Yay! That makes me feel good. Like especially on Area 18. I feel like on New Babbage it's actually pretty easy to get your C1 spirit out of the hangar, since you basically only have to wait until it's fully opened, which, I mean, that's difficult for some people. And then you just have to fly up just a little bit and then you can just straight up fly out of it. But legitimately the worst hangar I've experienced so far is getting a size 1 hangar with the C1 Spirit in Area 18 on R-Corp. It's so annoying. You literally cannot make it out of there without turning your ship in a very strange way. You literally have to like angle yourself in a strange way to be able to just get out of the hangar. Normally every normal ship can just straight up fly like upwards. Just straight up fly upwards and it will be fine. But the C1 is so freaking big that and the hangars are somehow like a little bit differently modeled than they are in New Babbage, and you have the vertical takeoff instead of the horizontal one, and that causes you to actually hit, if you just like try to take off vertically and don't do anything, after spawning your ship, you will 100% bump your ship onto some sides of the hangar, which is incredibly annoying. So you always, if you don't want to bump somewhere, you always have to kind of position yourself at the very least at like 45 degrees angle or something, so you don't actually get your ship damaged just by merit of simply flying out of it. And that's just really annoying at Area 18. It's ridiculous. Maybe I can demonstrate that once. Oh, did I bump into that one? Didn't really seem like I would. I mean, it's difficult to tell if most of the ship's body is actually invisible. That is true. I am literally too big for submarines. The other ships you get used to after a while. I see. Then I guess you also wouldn't feel very well inside a tank, because they prefer to have the smaller dudes inside the tanks because they don't hit their head as often. By landing the Corsair on a space station, that doesn't seem too troublesome. Like, I've flown the Corsair before, and I maneuvered it like through this this one space station that was inside an asteroid belt. That was super annoying. I feel like the most annoying thing about the Corsair is probably how it feels pretty sluggish in comparison. Like the C1 Spirit is actually incredibly agile and fast for a medium ship. I like it a lot. It's very nice. Feels kind of like the motorbike of spaceships to me in terms of like the medium ships. It's quite cool. I mean, it is a little bit paradoxical since I said it is so big and that it's annoying on the Area 18 hangars. But in terms of how it flies, it very much feels like that to me. All the wings and then somehow try to get through. Oh yeah, we've done that. But folding the wings is so cool though. Corsair looks really cool with its asymmetrical wings once you unfolded them. That already most of the stuff we could get here. I feel like there should be more. It's just a little bit difficult to see with how most of the ship is invisible. Underneath these canisters over here, maybe a little bit more. And on the side. Oh yeah. That was a little bit better. Right, feels like we got most of it. Let's see if we can find the sentry and the debris field that is hopefully around it. One time Janik was with a tank unit. Even his 175 centimeter height would hit his head inside a tank constantly. Felt bad for the taller soldiers. Oh man. That's interesting. Like, and that's even with the Western tanks, I think, being probably more spacious than the ones they have, especially in Russia, as far as I can tell, because they always made memes about how people have like very little space inside the Russian tanks, and that they're always looking for the smallest guys to add to their tank corps. Orbital sentry has been spotted. One of your friends was 2 meters. He always hit his head in everything. He developed a bulging disc on his neck. Oh my god. That makes me want to just get up and get my spine just very well in order and correct my posture. When I read something like that, I instantly have that kind of feeling, that reaction. It's not that bad, only when you try to buy pants or shoes or beds or cars. Yeah, exactly. Look for the box. Well, first up, I'll have to take care of the sentry so it doesn't shoot me. Wait, actually, things should be far away enough, like... Since I've already found it, I can now turn away again. And what is that stuff? That's probably the stuff you were talking about. Let's take a look. That's just normal debris. That is not debris, apparently. But it is something. I don't know what it is, though. No, can't salvage that up. Now I can salvage a little bit. Interesting. Wow, that worked actually great. That was a nice tip. Thank you. That has a lot of stuff in it, actually. Wow. That is just such a small little piece, but it has lots of salvage in it, actually. That is pretty nice. Thank you. In the US, we have special stores for tall guys. Inside military vehicles was the only time in my life when I was thankful that I was short. I mean, calling yourself short is also a little bit silly, right? I mean, aren't you like average? I would say you're not small. Like at worst average. All sentries have these fields. Ah, that's good to know. And then in the future, I'll pay them a visit as well. And those are very chill. Contact. Wow, these pieces have so much more than, I don't know, I would anticipate. And you can't really tell, because you don't have the usual, like, graphics of, them losing the outer shell. It's just there and you have to feel around a little bit. Oh, actually on this side that works. Aha! Oh wow! That stuff is thick. That's some thick pizza right there. Oh wow. There's a lot of salvage to be had over here. Damn. That's incredible. The station injecting. Next one. That's incredible how much salvage there is on these ones. Amazing. That is actually a real boon to know. Once again, thanks. Slightly under average, well, probably for the US then, but globally, I'm pretty sure you're at least average or above average. I mean, I think the tallest people on average live in the Netherlands, I think, statistically speaking. But doesn't really make sense to compare yourself to, I don't know, the biggest, like, cluster of tall people. Damn, that's so much salvage in just a single piece. Wow. I'm mildly mind blown. Usually I have to move around much more on the stuff I've salvaged so far, but this one, there's so much to gain. Damn. We're going to make lots of tasty money with this one. Yay. Totally forgot about bringing back the music. Whoops. Don't want to tractor beam my door. That would be funny if you could just tear out your door from your spaceship and then you're like, oh, whoopsie, that wasn't supposed to happen. What are we gonna do with it now? All that hide in the Netherlands, but they don't play basketball. That is actually hilarious. I think they're probably, like most Europeans, they're probably more interested in football or soccer. There's definitely a rivalry between Germany and Netherlands in terms of soccer, but I mean, to be fair, all European nations have a football rivalry. Even like internally, all the different regions inside European countries have football rivalries with each other. Like, I feel like that's always one of the most, like, biggest, like, reasons to hate each other is when people say, oh no, my soccer team is going to win against your soccer team. We're gonna get you, just you wait. That is like, some people are just the most, I don't know, not sure. They are looking for a place where they can vent a lot of emotion, and that's where soccer comes in. And that's where they put all of their passion and maybe also their hate. Hello, station ejecting. Oh my god, we already have one box again. This single piece of salvage is so good. Damn. We're going to fill up the entire cargo bay at this rate. And that's with the extended, slightly not legal way of storing your cargo. Almost doubling the amount we can hold. I'm kind of getting excited at the prospect of how much salvage we can get out of this. It's called soccer. But I love when people bash the S for using the term soccer when it was invented by the UK. Well, they moved on, just how they moved on from the imperial measuring system. You kept it. Like, I thought you guys were kind of about I don't need what other people do, and so why did you keep something that even your dad, the UK, didn't keep? I mean, saying the UK is the dad of the USA is, I mean, it's a little bit sketchy since there's like, it was lots of different like people from many different like European states that came together. And then also like the French got involved, the Spanish as well, and all of that good stuff. But I guess probably in terms of like it's starting out as a British colony in many states, probably. I don't know. I mean, it's for memes. You don't have to make it 100% historically accurate if it's just for memes, right? You're allowed to have a little bit of fun without having to be super mega hyper precise. I used to play football. The thing you know as football, Johnny, I will always call it soccer. You mean because you played American football? You know why Europe must call it football instead of soccer? Because otherwise the UK song Football's Coming Home wouldn't work because the word would have not enough syllables. Right, let me think about that. Oh no, I might actually be fox-braining here. Soccer, and then as soccer's coming home, football's coming home. Actually, I just fox-brained, forget what I just said. For some reason I felt like there was an extra syllable, but actually when looking at it, that was not the case. Oh wait, filter station locked. Oh no, I was actually fox-braining in more than one way. I didn't notice that we actually were at full capacity again. It just happens too quickly with these kind of debris thingies over here. The quality of the material is just too high. Ugh. Mr. Ladder, please no. Oh, I forgot to eject, that was why. Alright, so if you say soccer is soccer and you play football, then what's the difference between football and American football? I thought that was the point. I'm confused. I might have already remembered, but I went back and finally found the 3 topics you mentioned. Alcohol, cigarettes and bikes. Ah yes, alcohol! That was also a topic. Hey, does that what happened? We were just having some chill talks and having some chill salvage going on in the background. You know what? In the future I'm just always going to do some salvage while having just chatting streams. I feel like it works out great. But I just remembered that I can't actually do that because I only rented this ship and in just a few days it's gonna go away for a very long time. And this ship is actually ridiculously pricey for for real money. So I don't want to buy it. It's ridiculous. Like, it's way too expensive. And you cannot buy it for in-game money yet. Maybe maybe I'll be lucky, and in the next patch, they'll allow you to buy this ship for in-game money. Then I'll definitely get it. But I guess I won't be able to have a just chatting and salvaging stream. For maybe quite a while. Who knows? Soccer is coming home works. Yeah. I did say that. What a combination of topics. But yeah. They say American football cause calling it both football is confusing. Yes, but what is the difference between football and American football? I want to know. Because I thought rugby was kind of like American football, just with less like armor and stuff, for example. One of my friends dropped $3,000 on this game. That's just... If someone was ready to drop $3,000 in this game, wouldn't it be much smarter to actually go and buy yourself a super amazing banging PC instead? Like, so you can actually, I mean, if you have that much money, you maybe already spend that much on a PC, but very often I feel like people are just, I don't know, are like, oh my god, I worked the entire month and I only have like $100 left and I spent $50 for a new ship or something like that. And I'm like, buy yourself a nice PC before you buy yourself ships, like random ships that you can't do anything but play this game with, that are maybe not even released yet inside this game. That is crazy. How much is it? The Drake Vulture currently in the shop, I think is like, I think between 180 and 90 dollars, I think. So it's ridiculous. Like, it's not even a medium-sized ship, but it's a small, it's a size 1 ship basically. And I mean yes, salvaging is actually really great. I love it, but that is a ridiculous amount for a single ship that you're probably going to replace, I don't know, once the game starts at a decent pace maybe. I mean, I'm not sure yet how the economy will look like once the game is released. But it still doesn't make sense to pay like 3 times the amount you would pay for a AAA game new release or a ship like this. It's just crazy. That's why I'm really hoping they're going to allow you to buy it for in-game money in the next patch. Like, they've already added quite a few ships to be bought for in-game money, and I'm just hoping that, I don't know, with the next patch this one will be added to that pool as well. That would be really cool. And since I'm using my time to rack up some nice amounts of money in in-game currency, I should be able to buy it once it goes on sale. I hope at least. Rugby is much more dynamic while you play football from the set place. You line up and start to play. Soccer is also more dynamic, but have me, it is boring. I think it depends. Sometimes it can be really boring, but sometimes it's also really great. And I'm actually someone who usually only watches soccer for like big international events. Because like, it's kind of so emotionally important to so many people that I actually want to know what happens, just so I know what happens to the soul of my people, so to say. It is an event of national significance, so to say. Yeah, but other players can see your PC and think you're cool. I guess then you just need to take a screenshot of your awesome PC and send it to the PC Master Race community on Reddit. Maybe then you'll be cool as well. Oh, we got another 2 boxes. Nice. Hard working, Kitsune. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Kind of makes me feel like a little bit like my Minecraft streams. Where you're also talking a lot and just doing stuff, gathering resources, building and so on. And it just feels satisfying, like, I don't know. I also watched some videos of other people salvaging, and it has a weirdly, I don't know, mesmerizing feel to it. Just watching the cleanup, the stripping of the stuff, and then you go back every once in a while and do a little bit of puzzling with your boxes or so, something, and then it continues onwards. Like a nice little campfire. Soccer is boring, so is modern NBA basketball. Oh really, why that? I always thought like basketball looked very dynamic, to be honest. Since it feels like the guys are making lots of plays. I mean, I'm not really someone who ever watched like basketball, but every time I saw it, it felt like there was lots of stuff going on. So I'd be interested in your view on how that looks like for basketball. PC Master Race. Don't get me started on NBA. Jesus, that game is so boring now. Oh really? I'm interested to hear you guys' like more specific opinions on why it is boring. And it sounds like it hadn't been in the past, but it kind of turned out that way recently. So what happened actually to it? Like most of the time the sports I watch are probably like stuff like the Olympics, Summer Olympics and Winter Olympics, I think. That stuff I watched very often with my mom. Especially since Germany is actually like a decent contender for lots of medals in the Winter Olympics. So we're a little bit more invested in that one, even though we're always happy when Germany wins some medals also in the Summer Olympics. But I feel like in the Winter Olympics it's always very cool to see all the Scandinavian countries, even though they have such a small amount of people, like really being just so exceptionally good, because they're just more used to all of this stuff and it's more tradition for them. Alright, looks like we stripped this part, at least this side of this part, of most of the stuff. Let's see if we can maybe find some more. And I think on the inside should still be a little bit more to step off. Oh, whoops. Oh, I think it was actually that side. Ah, yes, that makes much more sense. Here we go. No more true post game. The game degraded to a 3-point shootout, and that's boring. So 3-pointers, are that the ones that you hit from very far away? Oh, rule changes as well. That's interesting. Like, if it's kind of interesting that a game that has been so established for so many years got some rule changes that are apparently quite significant if it makes the game more boring. You can thankfully choke, I mean Liflop, I mean Licry, I mean Le Ring Chase, I mean LeBron, or the BS in the NBA. That's so. Did he do a lot of stuff that eventually, I don't know, made them change the rules because it was too annoying or too good or something? That sounds like an interesting turn of events. People travel, double dribble, carry, flop all the time now. Okay. So they basically turned basketball into soccer now. Is that it? They're just running around and keeping the ball in their hands for too long instead of making plays. James the Traveling Harden. Yanni. That sounds like a Pokemon reference. James used Harden. It was not very effective. Ah, the satisfaction of gulping up all of that tasty, recycled composite material. I would like to know which ship this is from, actually. Or if that was just a random debris spawn, basically, and they never really modeled it after an existing ship. But it sure feels like this one has like a much more hardy hull, much more higher value, higher quality. Since we can get so much stuff from just such a small piece. Quite nice. Soccer with hands and floors. Yes, with even less contact. Oh my god. If you guys say it's even worse than soccer, well then, that sounds like a pretty devastating thing. Maybe I should go and look for a YouTube video that describes the changes and why they are bad. You know what? I think I'm going to write myself a note so I don't forget. Alright. Note. Watch YouTube video about rule changes in basketball and why it made things worse. Sounds a little bit long, but like this I'll definitely know what I was talking about. Alright, I will look into it because I'm interested now. They spawn the sentries and the refields, don't know why. Maybe to make it look like that the sentries actually killed some stuff. I wish the salvaging with the multi-tool would be less annoying. I feel like I think the only way you can like sell your salvage if you get it by hand is to first buy a box and then put all the canisters you filled with salvage into the box, and then you can sell the box. And that feels so annoying. And I definitely feel like I would probably not be interested in salvage if I didn't have a ship like this. But I'm definitely... I'm so ready for like a medium-sized ship that can do salvaging. Like having a, I don't know, 2-seater ship, maybe the size of the C1 Spirit or so. But as a salvage ship, that would be amazing. And even better if it would be made by Argo. I would enjoy that a lot, because Argo is just, I don't know, for actual working industrial ships, I feel like Argo I love the most in terms of style. Funny thing is, I probably won't even need to salvage the sentry anymore, because the stuff in this debris field is so, like, so high in minerals that I won't even be able to make use of the sentry, which is on the other hand actually good, because the sentry has many more like dead spaces where you can't actually get salvage from them. Meanwhile, these things seem pretty straightforward and easy to salvage, which is pretty nice. Makes it less of a hassle. They are not bad, they are boring. Some make sense, the rules. Some make sense, but most is dialed up to 11. We made videos on how soft the new NBA is. Who made videos on that? Because if you have a recommendation, that would be great. I will look into it. I also sometimes watch like documentaries about some competitive games that I don't even play, just because I'm really interested kind of in rule sets and how different, like, what's it called? How different principles affect stuff. And for example, I never played Dota 2, or at the very least. I tried getting into it once. I mean, maybe not tried getting into it, but it was introduced to me by a friend. And that friend thought it was a funny idea to, I don't know, have a custom game to teach me how it works. And then he decided to play Techies, I think it's called, and plant a bunch of invisible mines to kill me all the time, and I didn't even know what was going on because I didn't even know that that stuff existed inside the game, which was super frustrating. And then I realized this is not a friend, this is an acquaintance. And that's my entire experience with Dota 2. So anyways, you like looking into other sports to see how things affect stuff? I mean, yeah. I also watch videos about games I don't play, just because I'm interested what happens and what people do and how players react to it. It's just interesting to me. I wonder, should I go to the other side of this debris piece? Would that make it easier to see? Yeah, probably. Well, looks like for this one, we took away the entire thing in that one panel, and only the other parts of this little wing actually have something underneath that we cannot yet salvage. Color station injecting. This stuff fills up so quickly, it's lovely. Alright, well, I was talking about Dota 2, and I started because I actually watched a documentary about the hero techies, and I looked at how over the years they changed the balance of that hero and that game, and how it affected the World Championship and how people used it. And how it was frustrating and how it ended up actually. I just think things like that are quite interesting. Like especially in video games for me. Let me think, are there other games? Like, yes, I also watched some videos about Counter-Strike Go, and now it's Counter-Strike 2, but just Counter-Strike in general. Because it's just interesting to see some stuff happening in the scene. And even though I didn't really play that much myself. I didn't play it myself. Oh no. Made one of the easiest mistakes that I always get frustrated with when other people make them. Grammar! Here we go. Alright, so now it's going to get a little bit spicy with the stacking. So the next two I'll probably put here, and then again, and then I'll have another two, and that will probably be it. Another game where I watched stuff about, but I actually also played it, was StarCraft 2. Like, I don't think there was ever a strategy game that I got more into the meta of than StarCraft 2. What sports did you play? You mean like you mean non-video game sports, right? I was once in a archery club. I was once in a Aikido club, and Kendo I also did. All of them about a year or so. But other than that, I wasn't in any sports clubs. But out of those, I think I enjoyed Kendo the most, definitely. That was just really cool. Like with the archery, it was kind of... the draw strength of the bows was just a little bit harsh. Not gonna lie. And also, I don't know, I didn't like the people as much. And archery, it felt a little bit, I don't know, weird. And I started it with a friend, but he decided to stop doing it, and then I also kind of got out of it. And for Aikido, I'm not sure. That was the stuff I tried first. And at first I thought it was quite nice, but I don't know. Over time, I'm not sure. I think I just got too frustrated with the fact that I had to go there a lot. And that was actually also the same reason why I stopped going to Kendo. Because it was just, I don't know, it was just too much of a hassle. Like, going to school and then you have to commute with public transport with your giant bag of kendo like armor and your bamboo sword and your clothing, the gi and the hakama, and you take all that in a giant like bag, and you have to commute back and again, and that was all during like my school time, and that was just time-wise a little bit too much for me, I would say. I really enjoyed kendo, but it was just too much of a hassle to go there all the time. So it's a little bit interesting that the sports clubs I did go to are like mostly very non-traditional, I would say, at least for Germany. I mean, most sports clubs would probably be soccer and I don't know, basketball. Also, we have lots of handball enjoyers here. But Aikido, archery, kendo, that's a little bit different, but definitely goes to show that my Japan interests were there from an earlier time as well. But I have to admit also, like in terms of physical education in school, I was always pretty bad at ball games, like basketball, soccer also not so great, and then like one of, I don't know, I think that's one of my biggest, I'm not sure what you call that, but something I very vividly remember is that in physical education we had like this thing where you do some normal athletic stuff, like okay, you take this ball and you throw it as far as you can, and there was like a heavier ball and a lighter ball, and usually you would use the lighter balls for the girls, and like but my throwing was very bad, and then I tried throwing the heavier ball, and I threw the heavier ball the same range as I threw the light ball, and so I said, I mean, it's both tragic, but I'll use the heavier ball because I throw the same range, so that just means that I'll get more points if I use the heavier ball. But you can definitely see that it was a skill issue. If you throw stuff and two different weights, but it's the same range, then you know it's definitely a skill issue. Oh, that's a tasty piece of salvage. Man, and there's still so much debris, even, like... I definitely... I need a friend with a cargo ship so we can actually put all of this debris into my tasty belly, and then we can put it inside the cargo ship and we can continue salvaging. That's just amazing. Wow. And it doesn't even cost anything. They're even paying me for this. Alright, rattle, rattle, rattle. You'll be fine, right? You won't explode on me. Here we go, that's turned a little bit nicer. hopefully that that will work out. Alright, we can we can still get a little bit more. Like, I can get this out and put it here or something, and then a little bit more. Oh, that's we can do more. We can still go. Still go for a little bit more, Salvage. Don't worry about it. I have 72 legitimate business units available. Well, it's very unfortunate that I am probably not dealing in legitimate business values. I'm only dealing in honest work units, that's right. And to drink some more water. Hydration is very important. Stay hydrated, my dear viewers. I have reclassified them to honest work units. I'm not sure that works because you I heard you are flying a legitimate businessman ship, so I'm not sure I can trust you on that, unfortunately. Maybe if it was an Argo ship, maybe then I could trust you. These debris field thingies, like to salvage, are even more satisfying. Or at least, maybe I should say chill. Much more chill than the mining vehicles and the sentries. I think the only thing that's a little bit worse about them is that you don't have to kill them first. I mean, that was the whole point of me calling it the hunting vulture, because it's even more satisfying if you vanquish your enemy and then you're like, ha 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 ha, you have been vanquished, peasant, and now I shall feast on your flesh. It seemed like an even bigger humiliation, and that was very nice about it. But I guess I can still salvage them for fun. Solar station blocked. Another 2 boxes are ready. How rude. Well, I was just taught by my mom that I have to take good care of myself and shouldn't get into situations where I have to put my trust into more or less potentially mildly shady sounding people. Alright, well, we're getting a little bit close to... What? It's getting a little bit interesting over here. Haha. Yeah, looking good. Alright, and now... It's a little bit much, isn't it? But we can still we can still fill 2 more boxes and then I'll fly home. But this looks quite nice. I enjoy the view of that. We're just filling up the entire cargo bay until there's no space left. Mama raised you, right? That's right. Always gotta take good care of yourself. Two more boxes. Two more. I think I can actually just go and I won't even have to go like and clean everything 100% up. It's probably faster if I just go through the areas with the biggest concentration of stuff, because it's only 2 boxes left anyways that I can store. And then it's time to head back to New Babachu. By my definition, I'm shady because the Vulture is from Drake as well. That doesn't count because it's me. Right. You already filled the entire stuff again? Right, and I didn't do anything whoopsie, and that was really full again. That was so quick. Wow, I think Mr. Ladder almost ejected me. Oh yeah, alright, I see what the problem is. These boxes are a little bit too close over here, and that's why it can't move this one to the side. Hopefully that worked. That did not work. Alright, how about I bring this alright, maybe I shouldn't tinker around too much because we already have, I'm pretty sure, more than 160,000 in value just standing around here. And I'm pretty sure that's quite enough. Yeah, let's be happy with what we have instead of risking it for just like 7,000 more. That is not needed. Right, now I'll just have to destroy the sentry, and then we'll be done with this one. Of course it doesn't count. Well, obviously it doesn't count because this is actually an honest workshop. And look at that. Doesn't it look like an incredibly honest workshop? I mean, even a certain manufacturer sometimes makes a proper, honest workshop, right? It's just how it is. It's about the vibe. Alright, let's see if I can just stay out of range, because this time I won't even have to go and salvage this one, so it doesn't matter if I'm too far away to find it again after destroying it. Yeah, we're hitting. You can see over there, the shields are getting smaller. Yeah, shields are getting red. It works. Outranged, lol. It doesn't matter if you have a non-fighter ship with only size 1 guns. You can just outrange the target. Very chill indeed.
Congratulations. Target is destroyed.
Congratulations. That aside, the Corsair is an exploration ship. Aha, I see. That makes perfect sense. With its amazing, like, explorative front facing weapons, for example. Or its very, like, nice airlock technology with lots of weapon stands like next to it, in order for you to be able to go over to your friends' ships and have a nice party. And then on top of that, you have the nice, like, comforting, very bright style, which and actually, if you look at this, the panels in this ship, you can't actually see the wires. This doesn't actually look like a Drake ship much, in my opinion. If you look around you, I mean, I don't want to get out of the like pilot seat at the moment because I'm afraid I'll, I don't know, bug out and lose my ship or something. But just from here, you can see that all of the stuff, the interior is much nicer than in most Drake ships, where you can just see all the stuff like hanging around without any like guard or something to shield it. Meanwhile, this ship actually feels more like an Argo ship, in my opinion. Work, 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 work. I feel like if this ship was actually orange instead of yellow, then it would be, you could just you could just change the color from yellow to orange and it would straight up be an Argo ship. That's how easy it would be. And also adjust the user interface color to the Argo one, and then bam, straight up you'd have the Argo ship. Oh. Hello there, Mr. Planet. This time we're on the dark side of the planet, so it didn't look as impressive, but still cool. I love the quantum drive when you use it, like across the planet, because, I don't know, it looks so cool to have the kind of angles in flying around the planet in that way. Usually, you can't really appreciate the planets much while using other quantum jumps, because you're mostly just jumping away or to them, which is just happening really fast. But here you can actually make it around the planet and appreciate it while you're jumping. Semi is fast as fuck, boy. Probably not in this ship, but definitely in the spirit. Alright. Was space station? Probably below me. Ah, I'm right above the space station. How nice. It is currently the dead of night. We're putting our energy distribution back on a balanced scale instead of taking everything away from the thrusters. Right, actually I don't want to go to the space station. I first want to touch down on the trucker stop. Because like I said, I'm a little bit concerned that perhaps I'm not sure. If I store my ship, it might not keep all the cargo that I've stored somewhat creatively. So we're going to just make sure that all of the nice, hard worked for cargo will stay inside, and then we can sell all of it by tasty profit. The funny thing about the truck stop is you can just always just simply go and scan, and then you'll find lots of ships and you'll know exactly where to go. I wonder what these strange fields like on this planet are, because you can't even like use your salvage beams, and I'm not sure what these things are doing here right above the city. Now we have the in-game music and we also have the lo-fi music going at the same time, which is a little bit strange, but also lo-fi music is so chill, I don't really want to do away with it, but it's also a little bit strange to have both tracks going at the same time. Getting closer. Alright, let's rein in the speed just a little bit. Also, my art is... oh, okay, it's back again. I was just very blurry for a moment, not sure why. Man, is that even more people, like, in the ships than before? Sure feels like it. And I think we also have a parked carrack over here. Big money. Ah. Someone logged onto me. And we still have the flipped A2 hanging around. Ah, we have a best in show Corsair over here. I think up here is probably not a lot of space for me to land. I'll probably just touch down next to my other Vulture bros. Just wanna make sure that I'm safe and there will be no grounds for me to lose my tasty cargo. Landing gear down. Alright, that seems chill. Please don't scare me. Glitchy blah blah on the ice lake. Alright. Engines offline. And we step out. Oh, those fields are also debris from crashes, I see. That makes sense, I guess. With a busy spaceport, you're gonna have funny people crashing into each other. Alright, I'm pretty sure we made at least like 10 extra boxes. Like 12 in the normal cargo grid and then at least 10 extra. That's gonna be some tasty money. Also very, very satisfying. And chill. I don't think I've ever had so much time just for having nice chill talks with you guys. Oh my god. Oh my god, every single time. That just looked like some angry chicken stepping down. Jump scares me every single time, this guy. This actually feels like proper winter. You know what? It's actually a great idea to stay only on microtech for the Christmas time, because then you'll have the nice Christmassy snowy atmosphere. At least if you're from the northern hemisphere. You come from Australia and you're like, mate, in Australia and Christmas is like during the summer and we're just sitting outside and having barbecue, grilling some nice meat. I mean, that would definitely be fair. think that was also from Trash Taste, Joey, who is Australian, I think, and who talked about how he and his family were celebrating Christmas during summer. I think that's where I got it. I don't like smoothies. Give me something more. I don't know. Give me something I can put my teeth into. Oh yeah. How about them sandwiches? Turkey sandwich. You have been called to service. And 100% nice soon. Let's see, how about, will you allow me to use my... Alright, they still don't allow me to use my water. So, I guess I'm just gonna have to drop it again onto the floor and then pick it up. Here we go. Thank you. That will be all. Currently at 60% hydration. We'll have to do better. In real life too, so I'll drink in real life as well. And obviously we are a good star citizen. And oh wait, this was still something to drink. Don't waste food in the Kitsune Empire. But also be a good star citizen and place your garbage inside the garbage bin. We're sitting at 86% hydration, but we need 100%. Nothing lower than 100% shall be good enough. Alright, that's done. By the way, I tried to go into the character creation and make my character like she used to be in the beginning.
Nice to see you again.
Before the, I don't know, bug out. But somehow they told me that there was what's it called? An error, and I couldn't actually change the customization. So I guess that's that. Not allowed to look like I look. Alright, off we go to the trading station. To get our delicious, tasty money. Right, I don't like this song much, so now is a good moment. Cut off this lo-fi music and go with what noise we have inside the game. Heavy breathing ASMR. Alright, I said about 10 boxes. Oh yeah, that was accurate. So, we made 91,000 with the normal cargo bay. And we made 76,000 more with the creatively placed cargo boxes. All with recycled composite material. Unit for unit, more valuable than even gold. So that was nice. Let's actually head back to the Vulture and place it back into the hangar. Because I don't want to be an animal like the rest of these guys who are just letting their ships sit outside, and that's why the truck stop just gets leggier and leggier because 10 trillion people keep putting down the ships there and they never claim them back. mean, claiming isn't even enough. You can claim the ship, but then it will still be there. Only if you claim the ship and then spawn it inside a hangar will it actually even be moved. So, as good Star citizens, we can of course not do something so terrible against server health. And to make everything better for everyone, we shall be good citizens. Oh, don't trip and die, please. Oh, wait. Whoopsie, what did I... No, I still have my helmet on. I was just... I think I just had kind of a strange moment there. For a second, I thought someone was walking out of that spaceship. From here, the lights of the Vulture actually look a little bit like the eyes of a spider. That's interesting. Why is it making quantum jump noises? That's scary. Well, don't trip. Into the pilot seat you go. Minus 82 degrees Celsius. That is, that's quite something. Not bad. Snowstorm. I think normally it's like minus 62 degrees or something. And now it's minus 80 something.
Launch complete.
Alright, I think, wait, no. Space station where? Ah, there we go. Let's turn the lights off and head closer to the spaceport. It is actually quite cool that we are able to have these things that feel a little bit like submarines. I wish that there would be an option to change the sound of the pings so that you can cosplay as a submarine, and then you have these sounds. I didn't really do them justice, but it's so iconic, those sounds, that it would be interesting to have like a ship that has a sound that is more closely like resembling that kind of submarine sound for their sonar. Almost there. Oh, looks like we have a 400 pi sitting down there. Don't hit this something antenna. And here we have a lot of people in front of the garages where you can spawn your ground vehicles. I'm just gonna wait a little bit longer until I ask for permission to land, just because it's just much safer that they will actually give you your marker if you get really close up. And as soon as you can, like, as long as you can help it, you should always do that to circumvent that annoying bug.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Here we go. I think I should still have the landing gear down. Yeah. Hangar takes a little while to open up. But at least we're not AC1, so we don't have to be that careful. The time it takes for this thing to actually slow down.
Landing complete.
Landing
Landing
complete.
complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Engines off. A little bit of service. Bumped a little bit into some of the wrecks, but that wasn't too bad. Processing all the stuff, and it will be done soon. No service required, no service required, no service required, and you? No service required. Splendid. Right then, I just say I want to directly get out of here. Oh no, I can only say open door, but I can't say open door and exit at the same time. That's a little bit strange, because usually with ships like this you have like an open door or exit ship altogether button, but not that important. Ooh, almost caught you, my dude. You're a lucky one. Almost done. Safely stored away.
From the best in shopping, dining,
Welcome
and
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
Here we
system.
go.
renowned.
Store. Right. I think there were some other ships that
Remember,
just
your
lost
belongings
their
belong to you. Keep a careful watch on all
their
personnel.
rented status, but there's still, I don't know, like 2 days left or something
Please visit
on
us
the
again.
expo, so I will be able to re-rent, I
From
think,
all of us at
1 or
Microsoft,
2 of those.
welcome
So that
to the
shouldn't be
Spanish
too bad.
Interstellar Spaceport.
So, for now, I guess that's gonna be it for today.
Time travel? Why
Since
not rest at the
today I don't want to take it as long,
located
since,
downtown,
like I
in
said,
luxurious Aspire Grand.
was a bit ouchy of the cold and so on, so I didn't want to provoke fate too
All
much.
of us at Microtech,
So today I'm
welcome
going
the
to be
new
a
Spanish
good girl
Interstellar
and not make
Spaceport.
my mom worry, and are going to go to bed and finish our streams on time. Today. At least today. At least today.
Looking for a good time?
So,
Be sure to visit
I
one of the
actually
bars at the
enjoyed today quite a
Only
bit.
quick ride on the
That
metro
was
route.
actually quite nice. Like doing something very chill and having lots of stuff to talk to. That felt very nice. So thank you guys. That was quite nice.
Be sure
Now,
to explore all new
allow
Valley
me
has
to
offer.
actually think about
Whether it's the latest in
what
cutting-edge
music
technology
I
or
want
the
to
beauty
play
of our
as the
award-winning
ending
stars,
for today's
the
stream.
city of tomorrow has a lot
Let's
going
see,
on
maybe
today.
something comfy. Oh yeah, I'm going to play my
Remember,
comfy,
your belongings belong
uh,
to you. Keep a careful watch on
what's
all
it
personal
called?
items.
My comfy lo-fi song. So, first up, we're gonna go to the lobby. Then we're going to take away the
Microtech,
audio from the
Empire's
game. And then we're going to show off the Kitsune's kimono, very importantly, because it's just so nice. I'm very proud of it. And thank you once again for today. It was very comfy and very fun, chill, and still satisfying with the salvage. I think that was actually a very good like combination of things. There was still some gameplay, but it was also very chill. It was much easier to talk. Didn't have to focus as much. So that was nice. It would be nice to do something similar again in the future. But until then, I'll say once again, thank you guys for watching. Thank you to... I almost said thank you to my Patreons, but because I'm so used to that kind of stuff from streamers and YouTubers, but I don't have a Patreon or anything like that, so thank you very much to all my viewers. The very much beloved lurkers. You know who you are, and I know who you are. The YouTube bot watchers, and also the very nice people in chat once again, especially today. Lots of stuff to talk about. That was very nice. And thanks for the tips as well. I appreciate that. So, for now, here comes the music. And I'm gonna say good night, care, and see you soon.